I'm about to give you something that changed my life completely, and it's going to change yours too. But first, let me ask you something. How many hours have you spent trying to fix your life? Trying to find happiness, peace, or just some relief from the constant noise in your head? What if I told you that every solution you need already exists? That 2,500 years ago, a group of philosophers cracked the code on human suffering and left us a blueprint for unshakable inner strength. That monks in ancient monasteries discovered techniques for joy that worked better than any modern therapy. That warriors and emperors developed mental practices so powerful they could find peace in the middle of battlefields. Tonight, you're getting access to all of it. This isn't theory. This is applied wisdom that has been tested by millions of people across centuries. We're talking about Stoic techniques that will make you immune to other people's opinions. Buddhist insights that will free you from the prison of wanting things to be different. Existentialist tools that will help you create meaning in any situation. I know it sounds too good to be true, but here's what I've learned. The deepest truths are often the simplest ones. You don't need to reinvent yourself. You need to remember who you really are beneath all the conditioning, the fear, the endless mental chatter. This journey will take hours, not minutes. But every minute will compound. Every insight will build on the last. By dawn, you'll have a completely different relationship with your thoughts, your emotions, and your life. You'll wonder how you ever lived without these tools. Stay with me. Trust the process. Your transformation begins now. Taoism in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between night and day, there exists a wisdom so ancient, so gentle, that it whispers rather than shouts, teaches through silence rather than words, and guides us not by force, but by the softest touch of understanding. This is the way of Tao. 2,500 years ago, in the rolling hills of ancient China, an old librarian named Laozi gazed upon the endless dance of existence. He watched water carve through solid rock with patient persistence, observed how the softest things in the world could overcome the hardest, and discovered in this gentle yielding a profound truth about the nature of life itself. Tao, the word itself, is like a gentle exhale. In Chinese, it means simply the way. But what way? Not a path carved in stone, not rules written in books, but something far more mysterious and beautiful. The Tao is the ineffable source from which all things emerge and to which all things return. It is the rhythm beneath the rhythm, the song within the silence, the space between heartbeats where all of existence finds its rest. Imagine, if you will, the universe as a vast ocean of being. Every wave that rises and falls, every droplet that catches the morning light, every deep current that moves in darkness. All of this is the Tao expressing itself. You are not separate from this ocean. You are a unique wave upon its surface, temporary yet eternal, individual yet one with the whole. In Taoist thought, this understanding changes everything. It transforms how we see ourselves, how we move through our days, how we hold both joy and sorrow in the same gentle hands. For when we truly grasp that we are not fighting against life, but flowing with it, something profound shifts in the very core of our being. The ancient Taoists spoke of Wu Wei, a concept as beautiful as it is practical. Wu Wei is often translated as non-action, but this can mislead us. It is not laziness or passivity. Rather, Wu Wei is the art of effortless action, of moving in harmony with the natural flow of events. It is the difference between swimming against a river's current and learning to navigate with its power. Watch a master calligrapher at work. The brush seems to move by itself, guided not by force, but by years of practice that have dissolved the boundary between artist and art. There is no struggle, no tension, only the pure expression of skill that has become so natural it appears effortless. This is Wu Wei in action. In our daily lives, Wu Wei might manifest as knowing when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait. when to hold on and when to let go. It is wisdom that comes not from thinking harder, but from thinking less, from trusting the deeper intelligence that flows through all things. Consider the story of the useless tree told by the sage Zhuangzi. There once stood a massive oak, so gnarled and twisted that carpenters would pass it by. "This tree is useless," they would say. "Its wood is too crooked for beams, too rough for furniture." Yet this very uselessness became the tree's greatest strength. While its straight and beautiful cousins were cut down for their timber, the useless tree grew for centuries, providing shade for travelers, shelter for birds, and beauty for all who paused to see it. What profound wisdom lies in this simple tale? In a world obsessed with productivity and utility, Taoism reminds us that there is sacred value in simply being. Not everything in life must serve a purpose that others can understand. Sometimes our greatest gift is our apparent uselessness, our refusal to be reduced to mere function, our insistence on existing for the pure joy of existence itself. The Tao Te Ching, that slender book of 81 verses that Laozi left as his gift to humanity, speaks of the power of the feminine principle, the yin to life's yang. While yang energy is active, bright, and assertive, yin energy is receptive, dark, and yielding. Both are necessary, both are sacred, but our world has forgotten the profound strength that lies in softness. Water, the Taoists tell us, is the closest thing in nature to the Tao itself. It flows around obstacles rather than crashing through them. It finds the lowest places that others despise and transforms them into fertile valleys. It nourishes all things without competing, gives life without demanding credit, and in its apparent weakness, demonstrates a power that can reshape mountains. When we embody this water-like nature, we discover abilities we never knew we possessed. Instead of meeting anger with anger, we respond with calm presence. Instead of forcing solutions, we create space for answers to emerge naturally. Instead of fighting the difficulties in our lives, we learn to flow around them, through them, with them, discovering in the process that what seemed like obstacles were actually teachers in disguise. The ancient Taoists understood something that modern neuroscience is only beginning to rediscover: that our deepest wisdom emerges not from the chattering mind, but from the silent spaces between thoughts. They called this state Su, emptiness or void. But this emptiness is not barren. It is pregnant with infinite possibility, like the silence between musical notes that gives the melody its shape and meaning. In meditation, Taoists don't try to achieve anything or get anywhere. They simply return to their natural state, like a muddy glass of water that, when left undisturbed, gradually becomes clear. This clarity is not something we create, it is something we uncover. Something that was always there beneath the surface turbulence of our busy minds. Breathe with me now. Let your breath find its own rhythm, neither forcing nor controlling. Notice how the breath breathes itself, how the heart beats without your instruction, how life lives itself through you, moment by moment. This is the Tao expressing itself as you, through you, in the simple miracle of being alive. The Taoist sage lives in the world, but is not of it. They participate fully in life while remaining unattached to outcomes. They work without forcing, lead without dominating, teach without preaching. Their power comes not from accumulation, but from letting go. Not from knowing, but from not knowing. Not from strength, but from yielding. This may sound paradoxical to our Western minds, trained as we are to believe that more is better, that force conquers all, that we must fight to survive. But the Taoists invite us to consider a different way. The way of the valley that receives all rivers. The way of the mother who nurtures without possessing. The way of the sage who accomplishes great things by considering them unimportant. In Taoist mythology, there are stories of immortals, not gods or supernatural beings, but humans who have so perfectly aligned themselves with the Tao that they seem to transcend the ordinary limitations of existence. They live in harmony with the seasons of their lives, neither grasping after youth nor fearing old age. They have learned the secret of dying before they die, releasing their identification with the small self to discover their true nature as expressions of the eternal Tao. These immortals don't live forever in the way we might imagine. Instead, they step so completely into the present moment that time loses its hold on them. They discover that they have always been eternal, have always been one with the source of all being. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, Laozi tells us in the very first line of his masterwork. This is not a philosophy of words, but of wordless understanding, not a religion of beliefs, but of direct experience, not a practice of doing, but of undoing everything that keeps us from recognizing what we already are. And what are we? We are the Tao dreaming itself into form, consciousness playing at being separate while never losing its essential unity. We are waves that have temporarily forgotten we are ocean, notes that have momentarily forgotten we are music. Thoughts that have briefly forgotten we are the silence in which all thoughts arise and pass away. In the Taoist understanding, enlightenment is not a destination to reach, but a recognition to have. The recognition that we have never been separate from what we seek. That the very seeker and the sought are one and the same. It is like waking up from a dream in which you were searching everywhere for your glasses, only to realize you were wearing them all along. This recognition brings with it a profound compassion, not just for others, but for the whole play of existence. When we truly understand that everything is the Tao expressing itself, how can we judge any part of the performance? The villain and the hero, the comedy and the tragedy, the birth and the death, all are sacred roles in the cosmic dance. The practical wisdom of Taoism extends into every aspect of daily life. In relationships, it teaches us to love without possessing, to care without controlling, to be present without demanding presence in return. In work, it shows us how to act with full engagement while remaining unattached to results, to lead through service rather than dominance. In times of difficulty, Taoism offers not false comfort, but true perspective. Pain and pleasure, gain and loss, praise and blame. These are simply the alternating currents of existence, like the in-breath and out-breath that sustain life itself. To resist them is like trying to have peaks without valleys, day without night, life without death. The famous yin-yang symbol captures this beautifully, not as opposing forces in conflict, but as complementary aspects of a greater whole, each containing the seed of the other, eternally dancing in perfect balance. This is the deep ecology of Taoism, the understanding that nothing exists in isolation, that every apparent opposite depends upon its counterpart for meaning and existence. As you listen to these words in the quiet of your evening, perhaps preparing for sleep, you are already practicing Taoism. You are allowing yourself to be receptive rather than active, to receive wisdom rather than forcing understanding, to rest in being rather than constantly doing. Sleep itself is a profoundly Taoist state. In sleep, the ego dissolves, the chattering mind falls silent, and we return each night to the source of our being. We die each evening and are reborn each morning, practicing the ultimate letting go that awaits us all. Dreams come and go like thoughts in meditation. And in deep sleep, we rest in the same pure awareness that the Taoists call our original nature. The ancient Taoists were great lovers of paradox, understanding that the deepest truths cannot be captured in linear logic. They knew that sometimes the best way to hold on to something is to let it go, that the softest approach often succeeds where force fails, that in losing ourselves we find ourselves, that in emptying we become full. These are not merely philosophical curiosities, but lived realities that transform how we navigate existence. When we truly embody these paradoxes, we discover a freedom that no external circumstances can touch. The freedom that comes from aligning ourselves with the way things are, rather than demanding they be different. In the end, Taoism is not something to understand, but something to become. It is not a destination to reach, but a recognition of where we already are. It is the pathless path, the goalless goal, the effortless effort of simply being present to the miracle of this moment. this breath, this heartbeat, this perfect and imperfect human life. The Tao is closer to you than your own heartbeat, nearer than your next breath, more intimate than your most private thought. It is the awareness in which all experience arises, the silence in which all sounds are heard, the stillness in which all movement takes place. As the ancient sage Zhuangzi once dreamed he was a butterfly, only to wake up wondering if he was now a butterfly dreaming he was Zhuangzi. Perhaps you too will drift into dreams tonight, wondering what dreams within dreams you are. And in that wondering, in that beautiful uncertainty, you touch the very heart of Taoist wisdom. For the Tao that can be captured in words is not the eternal Tao, and the mystery that can be solved is not the true mystery. Better to rest in the not knowing, to float in the vast ocean of being, to trust in the intelligence that beats your heart and grows your hair and dreams your dreams without any effort from you at all. Let the water flow, let the wind blow. Let the Tao be what it has always been, the silent source and secret essence of everything that is, was, or ever will be. And let yourself be what you have always been, not separate from this source but its very own expression, temporary and eternal, individual and universal, perfectly human and infinitely divine. Rest now in the way that needs no walking, the truth that requires no proving, the love that asks for nothing but gives everything freely. Rest in the Tao and let the Tao rest in you, for they were never two to begin with. Stoicism. In the gathering dusk of evening, when the day's struggles settle into memory and the mind seeks refuge from the endless storm of circumstance, there exists an ancient wisdom that offers not escape from life's difficulties, but something far more precious: the unshakable strength to meet them with dignity, grace, and inner peace. This is the way of the Stoics. Picture, if you will, a Roman emperor riding by candlelight in his military tent, surrounded by the chaos of war and the weight of an empire's fate upon his shoulders. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the known world, penning not strategies for conquest, but gentle reminders to himself about virtue, acceptance, and the fleeting nature of all earthly things. His private journal, never intended for publication, would become one of humanity's greatest guides to living well. Or imagine Epictetus, born into slavery, his leg broken and never properly healed, finding in his physical chains the key to an inner freedom so complete that no external circumstance could touch it. From the depths of bondage, he would teach that we are only enslaved when we allow our happiness to depend on things beyond our control. These were not men who lived easy lives. They faced plague and persecution, exile and death, the rise and fall of empires. Yet from their struggles emerged a philosophy so practical, so enduring, that it speaks across 20 centuries to our modern hearts with startling clarity and comfort. Stoicism begins with a simple but revolutionary recognition. There are things within our control and things beyond our control. Its distinction, so obvious it seems almost trivial, contains the seed of all human serenity. For when we truly grasp this truth, when we feel it not just as an idea, but as a lived reality, everything changes. What lies within our control? Our thoughts, our judgments, our responses, our choices about how to meet each moment. Our character, our effort, our willingness to act with virtue regardless of outcome. The love we offer, the kindness we extend, the courage we summon in the face of fear. What lies beyond our control? Almost everything else. The past, which cannot be changed. The future, which remains uncertain. Other people's actions, thoughts, and feelings. The weather, the economy, our health, our reputation, even our own death. The vast majority of what we typically worry about falls into this second category. The Stoics discovered that suffering comes not from external events themselves, but from our judgments about these events. It is not the loss of money that causes distress, but our belief that we needed that money to be happy. It is not the criticism of others that wounds us, but our attachment to their approval. It is not death itself that we fear, but our judgment that death is evil rather than natural. This insight opens a door to an extraordinary form of freedom. When we cease demanding that the world conform to our preferences, when we stop insisting that life be other than it is, we discover a peace that no external circumstance can disturb. This is not passive resignation, but active acceptance. The difference between a tree that breaks in the storm and one that bends but does not break. The Stoics taught that we are like actors in a play. We did not choose our role. Some are cast as kings, others as peasants. Some have long parts, others brief appearances. Our job is not to select our role, but to play it well, with honor and excellence, regardless of whether it brings applause or obscurity. The quality of our performance lies entirely within our control, while the role itself does not. Consider the practice that Marcus Aurelius called the discipline of desire. Each morning, he would remind himself that he might encounter anger, ingratitude, treachery, and malice in others. Rather than being surprised or outraged by these human failings, he prepared his mind to meet them with understanding and compassion. He armor-plated his expectations, not with cynicism, but with realism, understanding that people act according to their own understanding of good and evil, even when that understanding is flawed. This preparation is not pessimism, but wisdom. When we expect nothing from others beyond their humanity, we are rarely disappointed and often pleasantly surprised. When we hope for the best while preparing for difficulties, we meet whatever comes with equilibrium rather than emotional turbulence. The Stoics were not cold or unfeeling, as their philosophy is sometimes mischaracterized. They loved deeply, grieved losses, celebrated joys. But they held these emotions lightly, understanding their temporary nature. They practiced what philosophers call the reserve clause, loving completely while acknowledging that all things are impermanent, holding tightly while being prepared to let go. Seneca, the wealthy advisor to emperors, knew that his riches could vanish overnight. Rather than living in fear of this loss, he regularly practiced voluntary poverty, sleeping on the floor, eating simple food, wearing rough clothes. Not as self-punishment, but as training, strengthening his philosophical muscles for whatever fate might bring. He discovered that happiness lies not in having much, but in needing little. The discipline of action, another cornerstone of Stoic practice, teaches us to focus entirely on our effort while remaining unattached to results. We plant seeds without demanding a specific harvest. We speak truth without insisting on agreement. We offer help without requiring gratitude. We do what virtue demands simply because it is right to do so, finding our satisfaction in the doing rather than in any external reward. This approach transforms work from drudgery into spiritual practice, relationships from transactions into opportunities for virtue, difficulties from obstacles into training for character. Every challenge becomes a chance to practice wisdom, justice, fortitude, and temperance. The four cardinal virtues that form the foundation of a well-lived life. Wisdom to know what truly matters. Justice to treat all beings with fairness and kindness. Fortitude to face difficulties with courage. Temperance to find balance in all things. These virtues are not abstract ideals, but practical skills, muscle that grows stronger with use. The Stoics understood that we cannot control the waves of fortune, but we can learn to surf them with grace. They taught that the same fire that melts butter also hardens steel. What matters is not what happens to us, but what we are made of, and we have far more control over our inner composition than we typically realize. In their view, every person carries within themselves an inner citadel, a fortress of the soul that no external force can breach unless we open the gates ourselves. This citadel is not built of stone and mortar, but of principles and practices, convictions and character. It is a place of refuge that we can access in any moment, regardless of our external circumstances. When Marcus Aurelius felt overwhelmed by the burdens of leadership, he would retreat to this inner sanctuary. reminding himself that his true wealth lay not in the empire he governed, but in his capacity for virtue. When Epictetus faced physical pain or social humiliation, he would return to this same refuge, finding there a dignity that no external force could touch. This fortress is not built overnight. It requires daily practice, constant attention, regular maintenance. The Stoics were meticulous about their spiritual exercises, understanding that philosophy is not merely intellectual, but deeply practical. They practiced evening reflection, examining their thoughts and actions, celebrating progress, noting areas for improvement. They cultivated what they called the view from above, regularly imagining themselves from the perspective of eternity, seeing their current troubles in the context of cosmic time and space. From this elevated viewpoint, most of our daily anxieties reveal themselves as temporary and relatively insignificant, while our capacity for virtue stands out as the one thing of lasting importance. The Stoic practice of memento mori, remembering death, might seem morbid, but it serves a profoundly life-affirming purpose. When we truly accept the temporary nature of our existence, every moment becomes precious. We waste less time on trivial pursuits and petty grievances. We love more fully, speak more honestly, act more courageously. Death, rather than being the enemy of a good life, becomes its greatest teacher. Seneca would regularly contemplate that each day might be his last, not to cultivate fear, but to inspire gratitude and urgency about what truly matters. This practice freed him from the trap of perpetual postponement, the deadly habit of waiting for better circumstances to begin living fully. He understood that the perfect moment to practice virtue is always now. The Stoics also developed a profound practice of gratitude, but their gratitude was not conditional on circumstances being pleasant. They gave thanks for difficulties as well as blessings, understanding that challenges strengthen character while comforts can weaken it. They were grateful for their capacity to choose their response to any situation, recognizing this freedom as the greatest gift of human consciousness. In relationships, Stoicism teaches us to love others for their own sake, not for what they can provide us. We offer our friendship, support, and care freely, without keeping accounts or expecting reciprocation. We understand that everyone is doing their best according to their current level of wisdom and virtue, even when that best seems woefully inadequate to us. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or failing to establish healthy boundaries. The Stoics were fierce defenders of justice and opponents of tyranny, but they fought these battles with inner calm, acting from principle rather than emotion, seeking to correct wrongs without being consumed by hatred for wrongdoers. As you rest here in the quiet of evening, perhaps you can feel something of this Stoic peace beginning to settle in your bones. It is not the peace of having no problems, but the deeper peace of knowing that you have everything you need to meet whatever problems arise. You have your capacity for wisdom, for courage, for compassion, for growth. These things cannot be taken from you by any external force. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own opportunities for practicing virtue. You may face disappointment or success, criticism or praise, illness or health. But you carry within yourself an unassailable fortress, a place of refuge that no storm can touch. In that inner citadel, you are always safe, always free, always capable of choosing the noble response. The Stoics remind us that we are far stronger than we typically realize, far more resilient than our anxieties suggest, far more capable of wisdom and virtue than our mistakes might indicate. We are not victims of circumstance, but artists of character, sculptors of our own souls, architects of inner freedom. Sleep now, as a Stoic might sleep, grateful for the day that has passed, whatever it brought. At peace with things as they are, while committed to making them better where possible. Untroubled by tomorrow's uncertainties, because you know that whatever comes, you will meet it with dignity, courage, and grace. In dreams and in waking, in pleasure and in pain, in success and in failure, you carry this fortress within you. It is built not of wishful thinking, but of practiced principles, not of denial, but of acceptance, not of hardness, but of strength. It is the legacy of those ancient philosophers who discovered that true wealth lies not in external possessions, but in inner virtue. And true freedom exists not in getting what we want, but in wanting nothing that we cannot honorably obtain. Rest in this knowledge. Rest in this strength. Rest in the unshakable foundation of your own capacity for wisdom, justice, fortitude, and temperance. These are the walls of your inner citadel, and they will never fail you. Existentialism. In the deep hours of night, when sleep eludes us and we find ourselves alone with the vastness of existence, a peculiar question sometimes emerges from the silence. Why am I here? What does any of this mean? And in that moment of profound questioning, when all the comfortable answers fall away like autumn leaves, we touch something that the existentialist philosophers knew intimately. The raw, unfiltered encounter with being itself. This is the territory of existentialism. Not a philosophy that offers easy comfort, but one that invites us into the magnificent and terrifying responsibility of being fully human. Picture a young woman in a Parisian cafe in Iten-Jobai-Sichusen. The city occupied, the future uncertain, writing furiously in her notebook as sirens wail in the distance. Simone de Beauvoir, crafting ideas that would later reshape how we understand freedom, authenticity, and the weight of our choices. Or imagine Jean-Paul Sartre in that same cafe. Cigarette smoke curling around his words as he declares that we are condemned to be free. Bad existence precedes essence, and we must create meaning in a universe that offers none ready-made. These were not abstract thinkers spinning theories in ivory towers. They lived through war, witnessed the collapse of traditional certainties, faced the possibility that perhaps there was no grand plan, no inherent meaning, no predetermined purpose waiting to be discovered. And in that apparent bleakness, they found something extraordinary: the radical freedom to become whoever we choose to be. Existentialism begins with what might seem like bad news. We are thrown into existence without our consent, into a world that appears indifferent to our presence, with no instruction manual for how to live. We wake up one day to consciousness and must somehow figure out what to do with this strange gift of being alive. There is no divine script to follow, no human nature that determines our path, no essential self waiting to be uncovered. But this apparent curse reveals itself as the greatest blessing imaginable. If there is no predetermined essence, no fixed human nature, no cosmic purpose handed down from above, then we are free. Radically, completely, terrifyingly free to create ourselves moment by moment through our choices and actions. Sartre put it simply: existence precedes essence. We exist first, and only then do we create what we are. A chair is designed with a purpose in mind. It has an essence before it exists. But human beings are thrown into existence first, and must then decide what their essence will be. We are self-creating beings, artists of our own existence, authors of our own story. This freedom is not the political freedom to vote or speak our minds, though it includes those freedoms. It is something far more fundamental, the ontological freedom to choose who we are at every moment, even in the most constrained circumstances. Even in prison or under oppression, we retain this core freedom to choose our attitude, our response, our way of being in the world. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and existentialist thinker, discovered this truth in the darkest possible circumstances. Stripped of everything, family, possessions, health, dignity, he found that the one thing his captors could not take was his freedom to choose how to respond to his suffering. In that ultimate test of human resilience, he discovered that we always retain the space between stimulus and response, the gap where choice lives. But freedom, the existentialists remind us, is not a gift without cost. With it comes what they called anguish. Not simple fear of specific things, but the deep unease that comes from recognizing the weight of our responsibility. When we truly understand that we are creating ourselves through our choices, that there is no higher authority to blame for our lives, that we are fully responsible for what we become. It can be overwhelming. Kierkegaard, often considered the father of existentialism, called this the dizziness of freedom. Standing at the edge of possibility, we can become dizzy, contemplating all the ways we might live, all the selves we might become. The recognition that we could choose differently, that we are not bound by our past or our circumstances, can create a kind of vertigo of the soul. And yet this anguish is also a sign of our authenticity. Those who never feel it, who move through life as if their choices don't matter or as if they have no choices at all, are what Sartre called living in bad faith. They are fleeing from the responsibility of their freedom, pretending to be things rather than conscious beings capable of self-creation. Bad faith takes many forms. We might tell ourselves that we had no choice, that circumstances forced our hand, that we are simply following our nature or our role or what others expect of us. We might lose ourselves in busy work, in social media, in consumption, in any activity that distracts us from the fundamental question of who we are choosing to be. The waiter who completely identifies with his role, who acts as if being a waiter is not something he does, but something he is an example Sartre used to illustrate bad faith. He has forgotten that he chose this role and continues to choose it moment by moment. He has turned himself into a thing, escaped the anxiety of freedom by pretending he has no options. But authenticity, the existentialist ideal, requires that we face our freedom squarely, acknowledge our responsibility completely, and choose ourselves consciously rather than drifting through life on autopilot. Authentic existence means owning our choices, recognizing that we are the authors of our values, the creators of our meaning, the sculptors of our character. This doesn't mean we must constantly reinvent ourselves or reject all external influences. We can choose to honor traditions, to accept guidance from others, to build upon the wisdom of the past. But we must choose these things consciously, authentically, rather than simply accepting them passively. Even our decision to follow others must be our own decision. The existentialists had a complicated relationship with emotions, particularly what they called the authentic emotions. Anxiety, as we've seen, is often a sign that we are confronting our freedom honestly. Guilt can indicate that we are taking responsibility for our choices. Even sadness can be authentic, when it reflects our honest response to loss or limitation. But they were suspicious of emotions that seemed to flee from responsibility. Anger that blames others for our situation, despair that claims we have no options, resentment that focuses on what life owes us rather than what we owe to life. These emotions can become forms of bad faith, ways of avoiding the weight of our freedom. Camus, who resisted the label existentialist but shared many of their concerns, wrote about the absurd, the fundamental disconnect between our human need for meaning and the universe's apparent meaninglessness. We cry out for answers, and the cosmos remains silent. We demand justice, and nature shows us only indifference. We seek purpose and find only the raw fact of existence. But Camus didn't counsel despair in the face of the absurd. Instead, he suggested we imagine Sisyphus happy, the mythical figure condemned to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, watching it roll back down, then starting again. If Sisyphus can find meaning in the struggle itself, if he can choose to embrace his task rather than merely endure it, then perhaps we too can find fulfillment in the very act of living, regardless of whether life has any ultimate purpose. This is the existentialist insight. Meaning is not something we discover, but something we create. We are not here to find our purpose, but to choose our purpose. We are not victims of circumstance, but agents of our own becoming. Every moment offers us the opportunity to decide who we want to be, how we want to live, what values we want to embody. The weight of this responsibility can be crushing, but it can also be liberating. If we are truly free to choose ourselves, then no matter what has happened in our past, no matter what limitations we currently face, we always have the possibility of choosing differently going forward. We can reinvent ourselves, change direction, embrace new values, become someone we've never been before. De Beauvoir extended this insight into the realm of gender and social roles, arguing that women are not born, but made. That what we call feminine nature is largely a social construction that women can choose to accept or reject. Her famous declaration that one is not born, but rather becomes. A woman revolutionized thinking about identity and opened the door to questioning all kinds of supposedly natural or inevitable social arrangements. The existentialists understood that we exist not in isolation, but in relationship, what Heidegger called being with. Our choices affect others, and their choices affect us. We create ourselves in the context of community, and we bear some responsibility for the kind of world we create together. When we choose authentically, we implicitly suggest that authentic choice is good for everyone. When we choose courageously, we make courage more possible for others. This relational dimension of existence means that authenticity is not pure individualism. We can choose to value connection, to prioritize the welfare of others, to define ourselves through service or love or contribution. But these two must be authentic choices, consciously made, rather than roles we drift into without reflection. As you lie here in the quiet darkness, perhaps you can feel the weight and the wonder of your own existence pressing against your consciousness. You are not a predetermined thing, but a conscious being capable of choice. You are not a character in someone else's story, but the author of your own narrative. You are not bound by your past or your circumstances, but free to choose who you become in each new moment. This freedom might feel heavy, and that heaviness is appropriate. To be human is to carry the weight of possibility, the burden of choice, the responsibility of creation. But it is also to possess something magnificent, the power to shape your own existence, to create meaning where none existed before, to become someone worthy of the gift of consciousness. Tomorrow you will wake to 1,000 small choices and perhaps a few large ones. Each will be an opportunity to practice authenticity, to choose consciously rather than drift unconsciously, to create yourself rather than simply let yourself happen. There is no perfect choice waiting to be discovered, no right answer written in the stars. There is only the choice you make and the courage to make it authentically. The existentialists offer no comfort food for the soul, no easy answers to soothe our existential anxiety. But they offer something perhaps more valuable: the recognition that this anxiety is the price and the proof of our freedom. That our struggles with meaning and purpose are signs of our capacity for both. That our very questioning of existence is itself a form of answer. You are condemned to be free, as Sartre said, but what a magnificent condemnation it is. In a universe that might be meaningless, you have the power to create meaning. In a world that might be purposeless, you can choose purpose. In existence that might be absurd, you can live with such authenticity and courage that the absurdity becomes irrelevant. Sleep now if you can, carrying this double knowledge, so that you are responsible for who you become, and that you are capable of becoming someone extraordinary. Rest in the tension between freedom and responsibility, between possibility and choice, between the weight of existence and its infinite lightness. Dream, perhaps, of all the selves you might yet become, all the choices that lie ahead, all the meaning you have yet to create. And when you wake, remember that you are not just a person living a life, but a conscious being actively creating what that life means, moment by moment, choice by choice, in the beautiful and terrible freedom of authentic existence. Marcus Aurelius and Stoic Lessons. In the flickering light of a campaign tent, somewhere along the Danube frontier in the year 172 AD, the most powerful man in the world sits alone with his thoughts. Outside, the sounds of an army at rest. Soldiers talking quietly around fires, horses stamping in their lines, the distant call of sentries. Inside, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, Emperor of Rome, commander of legions, ruler of nations, writes not battle plans or imperial edicts, but gentle reminders to himself about how to live well. When you wake up in the morning, he writes, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. None of them can hurt me. These words, never meant for publication, would survive to millennia to become one of humanity's most treasured guides to wisdom and inner peace. They reveal a man who, despite wielding absolute power, understood that true strength comes not from controlling others, but from mastering oneself. Marcus Aurelius was born into privilege, but not into power. Adopted by the Emperor Antoninus Pius, he spent his youth studying philosophy, particularly the teachings of the Stoics. He might have lived a life of scholarly contemplation, but fate had other plans. At 40, he became emperor of the greatest empire the world had ever known, inheriting not glory, but crisis. Plague ravaging the provinces, barbarian invasions threatening the frontiers, political intrigue undermining stability from within. For nearly 20 years, he would rule during one of Rome's most challenging periods. Leading armies, making life and death decisions, carrying the weight of millions of lives on his shoulders. And through it all, he clung to his philosophy not as an escape from responsibility, but as the very foundation that made such enormous responsibility bearable. The work we know as Meditations was his private journal, spiritual exercises written for an audience of one. In these pages, we glimpse the inner life of power. Its loneliness, its burdens, its constant temptations to anger, despair, and corruption. We see how a man trained in Stoic philosophy applied these ancient teachings to the most modern of challenges. How to remain human while wielding inhuman power. How to stay compassionate when dealing with treachery. How to find peace in the midst of war. You have power over your mind, not outside events, he reminds himself in one of his most famous passages. Realize this, and you will find strength. Here, in a few simple words, lies the core of Stoic wisdom. The recognition that our happiness, our peace, our very sense of self depends not on external circumstances, but on how we choose to meet those circumstances. This lesson came not from theoretical study, but from lived experience. Marcus faced plague that killed millions, including members of his own family. He dealt with rebellious generals, corrupt officials, and the constant pressure of maintaining order across a vast empire. He knew physical pain, chronic illness that would plague him throughout his reign. Yet in his private writings, we find not bitterness or complaint, but a remarkable equanimity, a man constantly working to align his responses with his highest principles. Confine yourself to the present, he writes, recognizing one of the mind's greatest sources of suffering. Its tendency to flee into regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. The emperor who must plan military campaigns and manage the affairs of state reminds himself that life happens only in the present moment, that this breath, this heartbeat, this single instant of awareness is all we ever truly possess. This present moment awareness was not philosophical abstraction for Marcus, but practical necessity. In the chaos of governing an empire, in the fog of military campaigns, in the endless stream of decisions that could affect millions of lives, he discovered that clarity comes only when we stop living in our heads and start inhabiting our actual experience. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy, he counsels himself, revealing the daily struggle of maintaining virtue in the face of others' vice. As emperor, he encountered deception, betrayal, cruelty, and incompetence on a scale most of us will never experience. Yet his Stoic training taught him that responding to evil with evil only multiplies suffering. That the truly strong response is to remain virtuous, regardless of how others behave. This was not passive acceptance, but active choice, choosing again and again to embody the qualities he wished to see in the world, rather than being dragged down to the level of those who sought to harm him. It was a form of strength that his enemies could never understand or defeat. the strength that comes from refusing to let others determine your character. Marcus wrote extensively about death, not from morbid fascination, but from the Stoic understanding that accepting mortality is essential to living fully. Death smiles at us all, he observes, but all a man can do is smile back. As emperor, he was surrounded by those who would flatter him into believing his power was eternal. Yet his philosophy kept him grounded in the reality that he too was mortal, that his reign was temporary, that his legacy would depend not on his titles, but on his character. This awareness of death's inevitability paradoxically freed him to live more fully. Knowing that his time was limited, he focused on what truly mattered, acting with virtue, serving others, contributing to the common good. He refused to waste precious moments on petty grievances or meaningless pursuits, understanding that every day was an opportunity to practice being the person he wanted to be. The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it, he reflects. Capturing the Stoic insight that while we cannot control external events, we have complete authority over our internal responses. The same circumstances that crush one person can strengthen another, depending entirely on how they choose to interpret and respond to their situation. For Marcus, this principle was tested daily. News of military defeats, reports of plague spreading through the provinces, betrayals by trusted advisors. Each piece of bad news was an opportunity to practice this fundamental Stoic teaching. He could choose to see these challenges as unfair burdens, or as opportunities to develop wisdom, patience, and resilience. His writings reveal a man constantly working to maintain perspective, to see his personal troubles in the context of the larger cosmic order. Remember that very little disturbs the calm mind, he notes. The mind that keeps its reason keeps its mastery. This calmness was not natural temperament, but cultivated skill, the result of years of philosophical practice and self-discipline. The emperor wrote often about anger, recognizing it as perhaps the greatest threat to both personal peace and effective leadership. How much trouble he avoids who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does, he observes. Understanding that much of our anger comes from monitoring and judging others rather than focusing on our own behavior and choices. This was practical wisdom for a ruler who was constantly surrounded by those seeking to manipulate him through gossip, flattery, and intrigue. By refusing to be drawn into the petty dramas of court life, by focusing on his own actions rather than others' intentions, he maintained both his sanity and his effectiveness as a leader. Marcus understood that leadership, at its best, is a form of service. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, he writes, recognizing that true power serves something larger than itself. His decisions were guided not by personal ambition or the desire for glory, but by consideration of what would best serve the Roman people and humanity as a whole. This service-oriented approach to power was revolutionary in his time and remains rare in ours. Most leaders, ancient and modern, use their position primarily for personal benefit. But Marcus's Stoic training taught him that true fulfillment comes not from taking, but from giving. Not from being served, but from serving others. The emperor's meditations reveal someone acutely aware of his own flaws and limitations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself, he advises, recognizing the human tendency to judge others harshly, while excusing our own failings. This self-awareness kept him humble despite his enormous power, constantly working to improve his character rather than resting on his achievements. He wrote about the interconnectedness of all things, understanding that his decisions rippled out far beyond their immediate effects. We were born to work together, he observes, recognizing that individual welfare is intimately connected to collective welfare. This systems thinking made him a more effective ruler and a more compassionate human being. Marcus faced the ultimate test of his philosophy when his own son, Commodus, proved to be unworthy of succession. Everything he had worked for, the stability he had maintained, the reforms he had implemented, all would be undone by his heir. Yet, even in this ultimate disappointment, his writings show no bitterness, only continued commitment to doing what was right regardless of outcomes. Accept the things to which fate binds you, he counsels himself, and love the people with whom fate associates you. This acceptance was not passive resignation, but active embrace of reality as it is, rather than as we wish it to be. It freed him to respond effectively to circumstances, rather than wasting energy in futile resistance to what could not be changed. As you rest here in the quiet of evening, perhaps you can imagine yourself in that campaign tent along the Danube, watching the emperor at his private practice. Here was a man who commanded legions, yet knew that his greatest battles were fought within himself, who wielded the power of life and death over millions, yet understood that true power lay in mastering his own thoughts and emotions. The lessons he wrote for himself speak across the centuries to anyone who struggles with responsibility, who faces difficult circumstances, who seeks to maintain virtue in an imperfect world. His insights about anger and acceptance, about duty and mortality, about finding peace in the midst of chaos, are as relevant today as they were 2,000 years ago. Tomorrow, you may not face the challenges of ruling an empire, but you will face the universal human challenges that concerned Marcus. How to respond to difficult people with patience. How to accept circumstances beyond your control. How to focus on what truly matters when distractions abound. How to maintain your principles when others abandon theirs. The Emperor's private journal offers no easy answers, but it provides something perhaps more valuable. The example of someone who faced enormous challenges with dignity, who wielded great power with humility, who found profound peace not by escaping from life's difficulties, but by meeting them with wisdom and grace. Sleep now with the knowledge that challenges you cannot yet imagine await, but also with the confidence that you possess, as Marcus did, the capacity to meet whatever comes with virtue. Rest in the understanding that true strength lies not in controlling circumstances, but in controlling your response to circumstances. Not in having an easy life, but in living whatever life you have with wisdom, courage, and compassion. In your dreams, perhaps you will find yourself walking with the philosopher emperor, learning from his example that power and humility can coexist, that duty and peace are not opposites, that the highest form of strength is the gentle mastery of oneself. And when you wake, you will carry with you the timeless wisdom of a man who proved that it is possible to hold great responsibility with grace, to face great difficulties with equanimity, and to find great peace in the simple practice of living according to your highest principles. The art of letting go. In the gentle hours between day and night, when the world softens at the edges and the mind begins its slow descent toward rest, there comes a moment of profound recognition that perhaps the greatest skill we can cultivate is not the art of holding on, but the infinitely more graceful art of letting go. This ancient wisdom whispers to us from every tradition, every season, every breath we take. The autumn tree that releases its leaves without resistance. The ocean that allows each wave to rise and fall without trying to capture any of them. The mother who watches her child take their first steps away from her arms. All of nature demonstrates this fundamental truth, that letting go is not loss but liberation, not ending but transformation. Yet for us humans, blessed and cursed with memory and imagination, with the capacity to form attachments and dream of permanence, letting go often feels like the hardest thing in the world. We grip tightly to what we love, clutch desperately at what we fear to lose, and exhaust ourselves trying to hold the flowing river of life in our cupped hands. What if there were another way? What if the very thing we fear, this letting go, could become our greatest source of peace, our deepest form of wisdom, our most profound expression of love? The Buddha, sitting beneath the Bodhi tree 25 centuries ago, discovered that suffering comes not from life's inevitable changes, but from our resistance to those changes. He saw that attachment, our desperate clinging to people, possessions, circumstances, and even ideas about how life should be, is the root of human anguish. Not because these things are bad, but because everything in existence is impermanent, and trying to make the temporary permanent is like trying to stop the wind with our bare hands. This insight doesn't ask us to stop loving or caring or hoping. Instead, it invites us to love more freely, care more openly, hope more lightly. It teaches us the difference between love and attachment, between caring and controlling, between hope and expectation. We can hold all things dear while holding them lightly, like cupping water in our palms, enjoying its coolness, its clarity, its life-giving properties, while understanding that its nature is to flow. Consider the story of the Zen master who lost his most precious possession, a ceramic tea bowl that had been in his family for generations. When his student expressed sympathy for the loss, the master smiled gently and said, "When I received this bowl, I enjoyed it completely because I considered it already broken. Everything that comes to us is already departing." When we truly understand this, we can love without fear. This is not resignation or detachment born of cynicism. It is the deepest form of engagement. Loving so completely that we release our loved ones to be themselves. Appreciating beauty so fully that we don't need to possess it. Enjoying experiences so thoroughly that we don't cling to them when they pass. The art of letting go begins with the breath. Every exhale is a small death, a tiny letting go, a micro-practice in release. We don't hold our breath indefinitely, trying to capture that one perfect inhalation. We breathe in, receive the gift of oxygen, and then, naturally, effortlessly, let it go to make space for the next breath. Our very survival depends on this constant cycle of receiving and releasing. When we watch our breath with gentle attention, we begin to understand something profound about the nature of holding and releasing. The exhale is not the opposite of the inhale, but its fulfillment. We cannot truly receive without learning to release. The lungs that cling to stale air cannot welcome fresh breath. The heart that refuses to let go of past hurts has no room for new love. Letting go of the past is perhaps one of our greatest challenges. We carry our experiences like stones in a backpack. Some precious memories we cherish, others painful wounds we nurse. But whether the memories bring joy or sorrow, when we carry them too heavily, they prevent us from being fully present to the life that is happening now. This doesn't mean forgetting or dishonoring our experiences. It means learning to hold our history lightly, to let our past inform our present without imprisoning it. We can be grateful for the lessons learned from difficult experiences, while releasing the resentment and regret that keep us bound to what cannot be changed. We can treasure beautiful memories while accepting that they belong to yesterday, not today. The practice of forgiveness is really a practice of letting go. Releasing our grip on the story of how we were wronged, setting down the burden of carrying others' debts, freeing ourselves from the exhausting work of maintaining anger and resentment. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful behavior or pretending hurt didn't happen. It's about recognizing that holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. We are the ones who get burned. When we forgive, we don't change the past, but we free the future. We stop allowing yesterday's wounds to dictate today's possibilities. We reclaim the energy that was locked up in resentment and redirect it toward healing, growth, and joy. Forgiveness is the ultimate act of self-liberation. A gift we give ourselves wrapped in the paper of apparent generosity toward others. Letting go of our expectations might be even more challenging than releasing the past. We all carry pictures in our minds of how life should unfold, how our careers should progress, how our relationships should develop, how our children should behave, how our bodies should age, how our dreams should manifest. These expectations, even positive ones, can become prisons that prevent us from appreciating the life we actually have. When reality doesn't match our expectations, we suffer. Not because reality is necessarily bad, but because it's different from what we imagined. The job promotion that doesn't come, the relationship that takes an unexpected turn, the child who chooses a different path than we envisioned, the aging process that brings changes we didn't anticipate. All of these can be sources of joy or sorrow, depending on how tightly we grip our preconceptions. Learning to hold our expectations lightly doesn't mean becoming passive or losing our dreams. It means staying open to possibilities we haven't imagined, remaining flexible when circumstances change, finding beauty in outcomes we didn't plan for. It means treating our expectations like rough sketches rather than detailed blueprints, guidelines rather than commandments. The Buddhist concept of non-attachment offers profound wisdom here. Non-attachment is often misunderstood as not caring, but it's actually the opposite. It's caring so deeply that we want what's best for others even when that doesn't match our personal desires. It's loving our children enough to let them make their own mistakes. It's caring about our work without being destroyed when projects don't succeed. It's hoping for good outcomes while finding peace regardless of what actually happens. Letting go of control is perhaps the master practice that contains all others. Control is the great illusion of the human mind. The belief that if we just plan carefully enough, work hard enough, worry sufficiently, we can force life to conform to our will. But life, like water, has its own nature, its own flow, its own destination. We can learn to swim with the current or exhaust ourselves fighting against it, but we cannot ultimately determine where the river goes. This recognition can initially feel frightening. We're not controlling our lives. Who is? What will happen to us? But gradually, as we practice releasing our death grip on outcomes, we discover something remarkable. That life has an intelligence of its own, that things often work out in ways we couldn't have orchestrated, that the universe seems to have a creativity that surpasses our limited imagination. When we let go of control, we don't become passive recipients of whatever happens. Instead, we become active participants in a dance with life, responding gracefully to what emerges, contributing our unique gifts while remaining open to outcomes we hadn't considered. We move from being dictators of our existence to being collaborators with the mysterious forces that shape all things. The seasons teach us about the natural rhythm of holding and releasing. Spring brings new growth, fresh possibilities, the excitement of beginnings. Summer offers fullness, abundance, the joy of manifestation. Autumn invites release, letting go, the beauty of transformation. Winter provides rest, reflection, the peace of emptiness waiting to be filled again. Our lives follow similar cycles, though not as predictably as the calendar year. We have seasons of growth and seasons of release, times of abundance and times of scarcity, periods of activity and periods of rest. Learning to recognize and honor these natural rhythms, rather than fighting against them, brings us into alignment with life's deeper wisdom. Sometimes letting go happens gradually, like leaves changing colors slowly before they fall. Other times it's sudden, like a tree branch breaking in a storm. Both are natural. Both have their place. Both can lead to new growth when the timing is right. The art is learning to distinguish between what wants to be released and what wants to be tended, between appropriate letting go and premature abandonment. Death, the ultimate letting go, casts its gentle shadow over all our smaller practices of release. Every night, we practice dying a little as consciousness fades into sleep. Every ending prepares us for the final ending. Every goodbye teaches us something about the great goodbye that awaits us all. Rather than being morbid, this awareness can infuse our days with tenderness, urgency, and gratitude. When we truly understand that everything is temporary, our youth, our health, our relationships, our very lives, each moment becomes more precious, not less. The sunset is more beautiful because it doesn't last. The embrace is more meaningful because it will end. The laughter is sweeter because silence will follow. Impermanence doesn't diminish joy. It intensifies it. Physical possessions offer some of our simplest lessons in letting go. We accumulate things thinking they will bring happiness, security, or status, only to discover that they often bring anxiety, maintenance, and clutter instead. The practice of decluttering our physical spaces can be a metaphor for decluttering our inner lives, releasing what no longer serves us to make room for what truly matters. When we give away clothes we no longer wear, we practice letting go of old identities. When we donate books we've outgrown, we release outdated ideas. When we clear surfaces of unnecessary objects, we create space for new possibilities. Each act of physical release can be a small ritual of inner liberation. The art of letting go is ultimately about trust. Trust that we are held by something larger than our individual will. That life has a wisdom beyond our understanding. That love is stronger than fear. That endings are also beginnings. That what we release makes room for something even better to emerge. This trust doesn't come easily in a culture that teaches us to strive, achieve, accumulate, and control. But it can be cultivated through practice, through meditation, through spending time in nature, through observing the cycles of life and death that surround us always. It grows stronger each time we let go and discover that we're still okay, still loved, still capable of joy. As you rest here in the gathering darkness, perhaps you can feel the invitation to release whatever you've been holding too tightly. The grudge that's been weighing down your heart, the expectation that's been frustrating your spirit, the worry that's been disturbing your peace, the identity that no longer fits who you're becoming. Imagine your hands slowly opening, your fingers uncurling, your palms turning upward in a gesture of surrender and receptivity. Feel the relief of setting down burdens you were never meant to carry. Notice how letting go creates space. Space for new breath, new experiences, new possibilities you couldn't even imagine while your hands were full. Tomorrow will bring its own opportunities to practice this art. Someone may disappoint you, offering a chance to release expectations. Something you value may be threatened, inviting you to practice non-attachment. An old wound may surface, asking for the healing that comes through forgiveness. Each moment will offer its own small invitation to let go a little more deeply. The masters of this art tell us that ultimately there is nothing to let go of, because there was never anything to hold on to in the first place. We are temporary arrangements of consciousness experiencing temporary arrangements of matter and energy. We are waves playing at being separate from the ocean. Notes pretending to be distinct from the music. Thoughts imagining they are different from the silence in which they arise. But until we realize this truth completely, we practice. We practice releasing our grip on how things should be and opening to how they are. We practice loving without possessing and caring without controlling. We practice being fully present to what is here now while remaining unattached to it staying forever. Sleep now with empty hands and an open heart. Rest in the knowledge that you need to hold on to nothing because you are held by everything. Dream, if you will, of floating on a gentle river, trusting its current, marveling at the scenery that passes by, neither grasping at the beautiful moments nor pushing away the challenging ones. Simply flowing with the water that knows exactly where it's going. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that the art of letting go is not about having nothing, but about holding everything lightly, loving fully while releasing freely, engaging completely while remaining unattached, giving your whole heart to life while keeping your hands open to let it flow through you like the blessing it has always been. Wabi-sabi, the beauty of imperfection. In the soft light of early evening, imagine walking through an ancient Japanese garden where moss has claimed the stone lanterns, where the wooden bridge bears the gentle scars of countless seasons, where fallen petals create an imperfect carpet beneath your feet. Here, in this space that celebrates the worn and weathered, the cracked and aged, we encounter one of humanity's most profound aesthetic philosophies. Wabi-sabi, the art of finding beauty in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness. This is not beauty as the modern world typically defines it. Not the airbrushed perfection of magazines. Not the flawless symmetry of manufactured objects. not the gleaming newness that our consumer culture promises will make us happy. Instead, wabi-sabi reveals a deeper, more authentic beauty. The beauty of things as they naturally are, touched by time, shaped by use, made more precious by their very vulnerability. The words themselves carry poetry. Wabi originally described the loneliness of living in nature, remote from society, but evolved to represent the beauty found in simplicity and solitude. Sabi referred to the natural aging process, the patina that time creates, the way things become more beautiful as they weather and wear. Together, they form a worldview that sees perfection not as an ideal to achieve, but as something that would actually diminish beauty if it were attained. Picture a tea bowl, centuries old, with a crack running down its side. In most cultures, this would be seen as damaged, broken, diminished in value. But in the Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi, that crack tells a story. It speaks of the countless hands that have held this bowl, the many lips that have touched its rim, the warmth it has provided on cold mornings, the moments of quiet contemplation it has witnessed. The crack doesn't detract from its beauty. It deepens it, makes it more precious, more real, more alive with history and meaning. This philosophy emerged from the Japanese tea ceremony, where practitioners discovered that the most moving experiences came not from perfect implements, but from humble ones. The irregularly shaped teapot that poured with character. The slightly asymmetrical flower arrangement that felt more natural than any geometric perfection. The rustic tea house that invited contemplation rather than admiration. In a world obsessed with youth, wabi-sabi celebrates aging. The grandmother's hands mapped with lines that tell stories of love and labor. The old wooden door, painted and repainted, bearing the marks of every season it has weathered. The garden where nothing grows in perfect rows, but everything grows in perfect relationship to everything else. These are not signs of decline, but evidence of a life fully lived, of beauty that deepens with time. Consider the practice of kintsugi, the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold. When a ceramic piece breaks, rather than disguising the damage or discarding the object, kintsugi highlights the breakage with seams of precious metal. The repaired piece becomes more beautiful than the original, not despite its brokenness, but because of it. The cracks become rivers of gold, transforming damage into art, trauma into beauty, endings into new beginnings. This practice offers a profound metaphor for human healing. We all carry cracks, heartbreaks, disappointments, losses, failures. Western culture often encourages us to hide these scars, to pretend they don't exist, to strive for a perfection that erases any evidence of struggle. But wabi-sabi suggests another way: to honor our broken places, to see them as part of our beauty, to understand that our scars are not flaws to hide, but stories to celebrate. The philosophy extends beyond objects to encompass entire lifestyles. A wabi-sabi home is not a showplace, but a sanctuary. Spaces that feel lived in rather than staged. Furniture that bears the gentle wear of daily use. Gardens that change with the seasons rather than maintaining artificial perfection year-round. There's beauty in the faded fabric of a well-loved armchair, in the patina on copper pots, in the way natural light reveals dust motes dancing in the air. This aesthetic teaches us to slow down, to notice subtleties that hurried eyes might miss. The way morning light catches a spiderweb heavy with dew. The irregular grain in a piece of weathered wood. The soft moss claiming the north side of a garden stone. Beauty, in the wabi-sabi understanding, is not something that shouts for attention, but something that whispers to those patient enough to listen. In photography, wabi-sabi finds expression in images that celebrate the overlooked. The rust staining a metal surface in patterns more intricate than any deliberate design. The way paint peels in perfect imperfection from an old barn wall. The shadow cast by bare winter branches creating accidental art on snow. These photographers understand that beauty exists not just in the conventionally photogenic, but in the honest, the weathered, the authentically imperfect. The philosophy offers profound lessons for how we see ourselves. In a culture that profits from our insecurities, that sells us products promising to fix our supposed flaws, wabi-sabi suggests a radical alternative. What if we are already beautiful, exactly as we are? What if our imperfections are not bugs in the system, but features? What if the things we struggle to change about ourselves are actually part of what makes us uniquely precious? The lines around our eyes speak of years of laughter and concern. The calluses on our hands tell stories of work and care. The scars on our bodies mark moments when we were brave enough to risk being hurt in service of something meaningful. The gray in our hair announces our survival, our accumulated wisdom, our rightful place among the elders who have seen enough seasons to understand what truly matters. Wabi-sabi teaches us to be gentle with ourselves during times of transition and change. When we're not where we thought we'd be by now, when our lives don't match the glossy perfection we see on social media, when we feel broken or incomplete. This philosophy reminds us that incompleteness is not failure, but honesty. Everything in nature is in constant flux, always becoming rather than being, always changing rather than achieving some final perfect state. The cherry blossom, perhaps Japan's most beloved symbol, embodies this perfectly. These flowers are treasured not because they last, but because they don't. Their brief blooming, their inevitable falling, their reminder that all beauty is temporary. This is what makes them so precious. If cherry blossoms lasted forever, would we gather to celebrate them with such reverence? Would we plan festivals around their fleeting appearance? Their impermanence is not separate from their beauty. It is their beauty. This understanding transforms how we experience loss and change. Instead of seeing endings as failures, we can appreciate them as completions. Instead of fighting the natural cycles of growth and decay, we can find peace in participating in them. Instead of demanding that things remain the same, we can discover beauty in the way they naturally evolve. In relationships, wabi-sabi offers a profound alternative to the perfectionist expectations that often destroy love. Instead of seeking a perfect partner or trying to be one ourselves, we can learn to appreciate the beautiful imperfections that make each person unique. The way someone laughs too loudly, the slight asymmetry of their smile, their endearing quirks and harmless obsessions. These are not flaws to overlook, but treasures to cherish. Long marriages often embody wabi-sabi wisdom. Couples who stay together for decades don't do so because they've maintained perfect love, but because they've learned to love imperfectly. To see beauty in each other's changing faces, to find comfort in familiar routines, to appreciate the deep intimacy that comes from truly knowing someone, including their flaws. Their love gains patina, like old silver, becoming more beautiful with age and wear. The aesthetic finds expression in gardens where plants are allowed to grow with natural irregularity, where paths curve organically rather than cutting straight lines, where seasons are celebrated in all their manifestations. A wabi-sabi garden in autumn doesn't fight the falling leaves, but celebrates them, understanding that decay is part of the cycle that makes new growth possible. In winter, the bare bones of plants reveal architectural beauty hidden during lush seasons. Even in our work lives, wabi-sabi offers wisdom. Instead of pursuing impossible perfection in our projects, we can strive for authenticity, for work that bears the marks of human hands and hearts. The slight irregularities in handmade crafts, the personal voice that comes through in writing, the individual interpretation that makes each performance unique. These imperfections are not errors to eliminate, but signatures to celebrate. The philosophy encourages us to find contentment in simplicity, to appreciate what we have rather than constantly striving for more. A simple meal prepared with care and eaten mindfully. A walk in the neighborhood where we actually notice the details usually overlooked. A conversation with a friend where we're fully present rather than distracted by devices. These ordinary moments, appreciated fully, reveal themselves as extraordinarily beautiful. In our digital age, where everything can be filtered, edited, and perfected, Wabi-sabi reminds us of the beauty in authenticity, the unretouched photograph that shows us as we really are, the handwritten letter with its imperfect penmanship and crossed-out words, the home video that captures not just the special occasion, but the authentic moment, including the mess, the mistakes, the spontaneous laughter. This philosophy doesn't encourage us to avoid excellence or stop trying to improve. Instead, it invites us to redefine what improvement means. Perhaps growing older gracefully is more beautiful than fighting aging desperately. Perhaps accepting our limitations with humor is more attractive than pretending we have none. Perhaps the wisdom that comes from making mistakes is more valuable than the brittle perfection of never risking failure. As you rest here in the gentle darkness, perhaps you can feel yourself relaxing into your own imperfection, your own beautiful incompleteness. You are not a finished product, but a work in progress, and that's exactly as it should be. You carry within yourself the accumulated beauty of all your experiences. The smooth places where life has been kind, the rough patches where it has been challenging, the cracks where you've been broken and healed. Tomorrow you will continue the slow, beautiful process of becoming. You will add new lines to your story, new patina to your character, new depth to your understanding. You will make mistakes that teach you compassion, experience losses that reveal what truly matters, discover strengths you didn't know you possessed. All of this is part of your unique beauty, your irreplaceable contribution to the world's infinite variety. In your dreams tonight, perhaps you'll walk through that Japanese garden again, but this time you'll recognize it as a mirror of your own beautiful imperfection. The moss-covered stones are like your moments of quiet growth. The weathered bridge is like your capacity to help others cross difficult passages. The fallen petals are like all the things you've released that now nourish new possibilities. And when you wake, you might remember that you are both the garden and the gardener, both the artwork and the artist, both the beautiful imperfection and the one who has learned to see that imperfection as beautiful. You are your own masterpiece in progress, shaped by time and experience into something that could never be duplicated, something that becomes more precious with each passing season. Rest now in the knowledge that you don't need to be perfect to be beautiful, complete to be valuable, or finished to be worthy of love. You are enough, exactly as you are, in this moment, with all your glorious imperfections. You are a living embodiment of wabi-sabi. Proof that the most profound beauty emerges not from perfection, but from the courage to be authentically, imperfectly, beautifully human. The meaning of life. In the deep silence of midnight, when the world has quieted to whispers and the mind finally stops its endless chatter, a question emerges that has haunted and inspired humanity since consciousness first recognized itself. What is the meaning of life? Why are we here? What is the point of this brief, beautiful, bewildering journey from birth to death? This question has been asked by every generation, in every culture, in every language. It has driven philosophers to madness and mystics to enlightenment. It has launched 1,000 religions and inspired countless works of art. It has kept insomniacs awake through long nights and given purpose to those who had lost all hope. And perhaps most remarkably, it continues to feel urgent and immediate to each of us, as if we were the first to ask it. But what if the question itself reveals something profound about the answer? What if the very fact that we can ask about meaning suggests that we are creatures capable of creating meaning? What if the search itself is part of the answer we seek? Consider for a moment the strangeness of our situation. We are arrangements of atoms that have somehow learned to wonder about their own existence. We are the universe becoming conscious of itself, matter organized in such a way that it can contemplate its own nature. We are walking mysteries, temporary coalescences of star stuff that have developed the capacity for love, beauty, truth, and transcendence. The ancient Greeks had multiple words for different types of meaning. There was logos, the rational principle that gives order to the universe. There was ethos, the character and values that guide a life well lived. There was pathos, the emotional depth that makes experience meaningful. Perhaps our single-word meaning is too small to contain all the ways life can matter. Some have sought meaning in grand cosmic purposes, believing that we are here to serve God, to evolve consciousness, to prepare for an afterlife, or to fulfill some divine plan. These perspectives offer the comfort of knowing that our lives fit into a larger story, that our suffering and joy serve purposes beyond our understanding, that we are each playing necessary roles in a cosmic drama of unimaginable scope. Others have found meaning in the human realm itself, in love and family, in creating beauty, in reducing suffering, in advancing knowledge, in building just societies, in leaving the world better than we found it. This view suggests that meaning emerges from our relationships and contributions, that we matter because we matter to each other. That purpose is found in the web of connections we weave throughout our lives. Still others, particularly in recent centuries, have concluded that life has no inherent meaning at all, that we are accidents of evolution on a tiny planet in an indifferent universe. That consciousness is an emergent property of complex chemistry with no deeper significance. That when we die, we simply cease, and eventually the universe itself will end in heat death or cosmic collapse, rendering all our achievements meaningless. But even this apparently bleak view can be strangely liberating. If life has no predetermined meaning, then we are free to create our own. If there is no cosmic scorekeeper judging our performance, then we can define success for ourselves. If we are not bound by divine commandments or evolutionary imperatives, then we can choose our own values, craft our own purposes, write our own stories. The existentialists understood this freedom as both terrifying and exhilarating. Sartre called it being condemned to be free, while Camus suggested we imagine Sisyphus happy, finding joy in the very act of pushing his boulder up the mountain, regardless of its ultimate futility. They recognized that meaning is not something we discover, but something we create. Not a treasure to be found, but a work of art to be made. Viktor Frankl, writing from his experience in Nazi concentration camps, observed that those who survived were not necessarily the physically strongest or the most privileged, but those who could find meaning even in the most meaningless circumstances. Some found it in thoughts of loved ones, others in dreams of future work, still others in the opportunity to help fellow prisoners. Meaning, he concluded, cannot be taken from us by external circumstances. It can only be given up by our own choice. This suggests that meaning might be less about what happens to us and more about how we respond to what happens to us. The same event. Loss of a job, death of a loved one, diagnosis of an illness can be meaningless suffering or meaningful catalyst for growth, depending entirely on how we choose to interpret and respond to it. We are meaning-making creatures, constantly weaving significance from the raw material of experience. Perhaps meaning is found in the very capacity to ask the question. The fact that we can wonder about purpose suggests that we are the kind of beings for whom purpose matters. We are not content to simply exist like rocks or tables. We need our lives to matter, to count for something, to make a difference. This need itself might be the answer we seek. Consider the moments in your own life that have felt most meaningful. Perhaps it was holding your newborn child, feeling the weight and wonder of new life in your arms. Perhaps it was comforting a friend in grief, knowing that your presence provided solace in their darkest hour. Perhaps it was creating something beautiful, a song, a garden, a meal shared with loved ones. Perhaps it was simply witnessing a sunset and feeling profound gratitude for the privilege of consciousness, for the ability to perceive beauty and be moved by it. What these moments often have in common is connection. Connection to others, to beauty, to something larger than ourselves, to our own deepest values. Meaning seems to emerge at the intersections, where self meets other, where human meets nature, where present meets eternity, where love meets loss, where effort meets grace. The question of meaning becomes particularly poignant when we face mortality. If our time is limited, does that make our lives more meaningful or less? If we are temporary arrangements of matter and energy, does that diminish our significance or intensify it? A flower is beautiful, partly because it blooms and fades. A song moves us partly because it has beginning, middle, and end. Perhaps our mortality is not the enemy of meaning, but its very foundation. Death gives urgency to love, poignancy to beauty, weight to our choices. If we lived forever, would anything really matter? Would we ever feel the pressure to become our best selves, to say the words that need saying, to heal the wounds that need healing? Our finite nature might be what makes every moment precious, every relationship sacred, every act of kindness significant. But meaning is not always grand or cosmic. Sometimes it is profoundly ordinary. The meaning found in making coffee for your sleepy partner each morning. The meaning discovered in listening deeply to a child's excited story about their day. The meaning created by showing up for work with integrity, even when no one is watching. The meaning of small kindnesses, tiny rebellions against indifference, moments of presence in a distracted world. These everyday meanings might be the most important of all because they are the ones we can actually live, day by day, choice by choice. We cannot always control whether our lives serve cosmic purposes or leave lasting legacies, but we can choose to live with awareness, compassion, and authenticity in each moment we are given. Some find meaning in the pursuit of truth, dedicating their lives to understanding how the universe works, how consciousness emerges, how societies can be more just. Others find it in the pursuit of beauty, creating art that moves hearts and opens minds. Still others find it in the reduction of suffering, healing bodies and souls wherever they encounter pain. Perhaps there is no single meaning to life, but rather as many meanings as there are lives to live them. Your meaning might be different from mine, shaped by your unique combination of talents, circumstances, relationships, and choices. What matters might not be finding the meaning, but finding your meaning. Not discovering the purpose, but creating a purpose that resonates with your deepest values and highest aspirations. The spiritual traditions of the world offer various answers to the meaning question. Some speak of returning to Source, of remembering our divine nature, of awakening from the illusion of separation. Others emphasize service, compassion, the cultivation of wisdom and virtue. Still others focus on transcendence, liberation from suffering, union with the Absolute. But perhaps these different answers are like different languages describing the same fundamental reality, that we are part of something larger than ourselves, that our lives can matter in ways we cannot fully comprehend, that love and consciousness and beauty are not accidents, but expressions of the universe's deepest nature. The scientific worldview, too, offers its own form of meaning. We are, from this perspective, the way the universe has developed to understand itself. Through our eyes, the cosmos sees its own beauty. Through our minds, it contemplates its own nature. Through our hearts, it experiences love and wonder. We are not separate from nature, but nature's way of becoming self-aware. This view suggests that every moment of consciousness is precious, every experience of beauty sacred, every act of love significant. When we feel awe looking at the stars, we are the stars feeling awe at themselves. When we experience love, we are the universe loving itself through us. When we create art or music or poetry, we are the cosmos expressing its own creativity. As you lie here in the gentle darkness, perhaps you can feel yourself held by these larger perspectives while remaining grounded in your own immediate experience. You are simultaneously a unique individual with your own story and a temporary expression of the universe's infinite creativity. You are both infinitesimally small in the cosmic scale and infinitely precious in the realm of consciousness and care. The meaning of your life might not be something written in the stars, but something you write with your choices. Your relationships, your responses to whatever circumstances you encounter. It might be found not in achieving something extraordinary, but in bringing extraordinary presence to ordinary moments. It might emerge not from having all the answers, but from living the questions with curiosity and courage. Tomorrow will offer new opportunities to create meaning in how you treat the people you encounter, in how you respond to challenges and opportunities, in how you choose to see and participate in the world around you. Each moment will be a blank page on which you can write significance, a canvas on which you can paint purpose. Perhaps the meaning of life is simply to live meaningfully, to pay attention, to care deeply, to act with integrity, to love generously, to face difficulties with courage, to celebrate beauty wherever you find it, to help where you can, to learn what you can, to grow as much as you can in whatever time you have. Sleep now with the mystery intact but not threatening, with the question unanswered but not unanswerable. Rest in the knowledge that your life matters, not because of any grand cosmic plan, but because you have the power to make it matter through how you choose to live it. Dream of meaning made manifest in small kindnesses and great loves, in moments of beauty and acts of courage, in the simple miracle of consciousness appreciating its own existence. And when you wake, remember that the question of meaning is not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be lived. You are not here to figure out life's purpose, but to create purpose through living. You are both the seeker and the sought, the question and the answer, the meaning and the one who makes it meaningful. Mindfulness and presence. In this very moment, as these words reach your awareness and your breath flows quietly in and out, something extraordinary is happening. You are present, conscious, aware, and in this simple recognition lies one of humanity's most profound discoveries: that the quality of our lives is determined not by what happens to us, but by how present we are to what happens to us. This is the heart of mindfulness. It's not a technique to master or a goal to achieve, but a returning to what we already are beneath the constant chatter of thoughts, the endless stream of worries about tomorrow and regrets about yesterday. It is a coming home to this moment, this breath, this irreplaceable instant that is the only place where life actually happens. The word mindfulness has become popular in recent years, sometimes diluted into a productivity hack or a stress reduction technique. But its roots run deep, stretching back 2,500 years to a prince named Siddhartha, who sat beneath a tree and discovered that suffering comes not from the events of life, but from our unconscious reactions to those events. He found that by simply observing his thoughts and sensations without being swept away by them, he could find a peace that no external circumstance could disturb. But mindfulness is not exclusively Buddhist, nor is it inherently religious. It is the natural capacity of human consciousness to observe itself, to step back from the stream of experience and notice what is happening without immediately judging, analyzing, or trying to change it. Every tradition has discovered this capacity in its own way. The Christian contemplatives who practiced presence to God, the Jewish mystics who spoke of mindful awareness, the Sufi poets who celebrated the eternal now. Even children display this natural mindfulness before we teach them to live in their heads. Watch a young child absorbed in play, completely present to the imaginary world they're creating, unaware of time passing, unconscious of self-consciousness. They're not thinking about being present. They simply are present. This is our birthright, our natural state before we learn to fragment our attention across past regrets and future anxieties. The practice of mindfulness begins with the breath, not because breathing is mystical or magical, but because it is always happening now. You cannot breathe yesterday's breath or tomorrow's breath. Each inhale and exhale anchors you to the present moment, offers you a refuge from the time-traveling mind that creates so much of our suffering. Notice your breath now. It's not to change it or control it, but simply to feel it happening. The cool air entering your nostrils, the gentle expansion of your chest and belly, the natural pause between inhale and exhale, the warm air leaving your body. This is not preparation for living. This is living itself. the most fundamental act of being alive, happening right here, right now. When we pay attention to our breath, we discover something remarkable. That between the thoughts, beneath the mental commentary, there is a space of pure awareness. This awareness is not thinking about breathing. It is simply aware that breathing is happening. This is the observer self, the witness consciousness that remains peaceful and unchanged, even as thoughts and emotions arise and pass away. This observer is always present, like the sky that remains clear and spacious whether clouds are passing through or not. Thoughts are like weather patterns, sometimes stormy, sometimes calm, always changing. But the sky of awareness remains constant, unaffected by whatever appears within it. Learning to identify with this sky rather than with the passing weather is the essence of mindful living. Mindfulness teaches us to recognize that thoughts are not facts, emotions are not emergencies, and sensations are not permanent. That anxious thought about tomorrow's meeting is just a thought. It has no more reality than a dream or a memory. That wave of sadness or anger is just an emotion. It will arise, peak, and fade like all emotions do. That physical discomfort or tension is just a sensation, temporary and workable, not a crisis requiring immediate escape. This doesn't mean thoughts, emotions, and sensations don't matter. They provide valuable information about our inner landscape and our relationship to what's happening around us. But when we're mindful, we relate to them differently. As visitors rather than masters, as weather rather than climate, as experiences rather than identity. The practice extends far beyond formal meditation into every aspect of daily life. Mindful eating means actually tasting your food, feeling its texture, appreciating its nourishment. Rather than consuming it mindlessly while scrolling through your phone, mindful walking means feeling your feet touch the ground, noticing the movement of air against your skin, seeing the play of light and shadow. Rather than simply moving from point A to point B, lost in thought. Mindful listening transforms our relationships. When we're truly present with another person, not planning what we'll say next, not judging their words, not trying to fix their problems, something magical happens. They feel heard, seen, valued. And we discover that deep listening is one of the greatest gifts we can offer another human being. In that quality of presence, healing happens, connection deepens, love flows more freely. Even mundane activities become sacred when infused with mindfulness. Washing dishes becomes a meditation on water temperature, soap bubbles, the smooth surface of clean plates. Folding laundry becomes an opportunity to appreciate the textures of fabric, the simple satisfaction of bringing order to chaos. Driving becomes a practice of awareness. Feeling your hands on the steering wheel, noticing the changing landscape, staying present to the complex dance of traffic. This quality of presence reveals the extraordinary within the ordinary. When we're mindful, we discover that there are no boring moments, only moments we're not fully present to. The way light filters through a window, the sound of rain beginning, the feeling of your cat purring against your chest, the taste of your morning coffee. These simple experiences become profound when met with full attention. Mindfulness also reveals the nature of time itself. When we're fully present, time seems to slow down, expand, become more spacious. Minutes can feel like hours when we're completely absorbed in what we're doing. Conversely, when we're lost in mental chatter, hours can pass in what feels like minutes, leaving us wondering where the time went. Presence is the key to having enough time, because it's only in the present moment that time actually exists. The practice helps us understand the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. Physical discomfort, emotional hurt, life's inevitable disappointments and losses. But suffering is optional. It's the story we tell ourselves about the pain, the resistance we offer to what's already happening, the way we multiply pain through our thoughts about it. When we meet pain mindfully, whether it's a headache, a heartbreak, or a difficult emotion, we discover that it's workable. We can feel it fully without being overwhelmed by it, experience it completely without being defined by it. We learn to surf the waves of difficult experience rather than being crushed by them, to hold space for discomfort without immediately trying to escape or fix it. This doesn't mean becoming passive or resigned to suffering. Mindfulness often gives us greater clarity about when action is needed and what kind of action might be most skillful. But it helps us respond from a place of wisdom rather than react from a place of fear or habit. We learn to pause between stimulus and response, to choose our actions rather than being driven by unconscious patterns. The practice of loving-kindness meditation extends mindfulness into the realm of the heart. We begin by offering goodwill to ourselves. May I be happy, may I be peaceful, may I be free from suffering. Then we extend these wishes to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, and finally to all beings everywhere. This practice dissolves the artificial boundaries between self and other, revealing the interconnected nature of all life. When we're mindful, we begin to see how our actions ripple out into the world. The patience we offer to a frustrated customer affects their entire day. The smile we give to a stranger might be exactly what they needed to remember their own worth. The conscious choice to respond with kindness rather than react with irritation contributes to the overall harmony of our community. This awareness brings with it a natural sense of responsibility. Not the heavy burden of trying to control outcomes, but the joyful recognition that our presence matters, that how we show up in each moment contributes to the quality of life on this planet. We begin to understand that peace in the world begins with peace in our own hearts, that changing ourselves is the most effective way to change the world. Mindfulness reveals the profound truth that we are already whole, already complete, already enough. We don't need to become someone else or achieve something more to be worthy of love and respect. Our worthiness is inherent in our being, not dependent on our doing. This recognition frees us from the exhausting chase for external validation and allows us to rest in our own natural goodness. The practice also illuminates the interconnected nature of existence. When we're present, we begin to see how dependent we are on countless others. The farmers who grew our food, the workers who built our homes, the teachers who shared their knowledge, the ancestors who preserved wisdom for us to inherit. This recognition naturally gives rise to gratitude and humility. As you rest here in the gathering quiet of evening, you can practice this presence right now. Feel the weight of your body against whatever is supporting it. Notice the temperature of the air on your skin. Listen to the sounds around you. Perhaps traffic in the distance, maybe the hum of electrical appliances, possibly the settling sounds of your home. All of this is happening now, and your awareness of it is the miracle of mindfulness. Tomorrow will bring countless opportunities to practice presence. The feeling of water on your hands as you wash your face. The first sip of your morning beverage. The moment you step outside and feel the day's weather on your skin. The face of the first person you encounter. Each of these moments is a doorway back to the present, an invitation to wake up from the trance of automatic living. You don't need to maintain perfect mindfulness. That's neither possible nor necessary. The practice is in the returning. Noticing when you've been lost in thought and gently coming back to the present moment. Each return is a victory. Each moment of presence, a gift you give to yourself and to the world. Mindfulness is not about becoming a different person, but about becoming more fully the person you already are. It's not about eliminating thoughts and emotions, but about changing your relationship to them. It's not about escaping from life, but about showing up for life more completely than you ever have before. Sleep now with the invitation to be present even to the process of falling asleep. Notice the gradual relaxation of your muscles, the slowing of your thoughts, the way consciousness gently releases its grip on the day. Let sleep come naturally, without forcing or resisting, simply being present to whatever is happening. And when you wake tomorrow, remember that each moment offers a fresh opportunity to practice presence. You don't need special circumstances or perfect conditions. You only need the willingness to notice what's already here, to feel what you're already feeling, to be where you already are. This is the gift of mindfulness. It's not a complicated philosophy or difficult practice, but a simple returning to the miracle of being alive, aware and present in this very moment. It's always available, always free, always enough to transform an ordinary day into an extraordinary experience of being fully, consciously, gratefully human. The flow of time. In the quiet space between heartbeats, in the pause between one breath and the next, in the moment when day surrenders to night, we encounter one of existence's most mysterious companions. Time itself, invisible yet undeniable, intangible yet inescapable. Time flows through our lives like a river we can never step out of, carrying us from the shores of birth toward horizons we cannot see. What is this strange dimension in which we find ourselves swimming? This current that moves only forward, never backward, transforming every now into then. With relentless precision, we measure it with clocks and calendars, divide it into seconds and centuries. Yet it remains as enigmatic as consciousness itself. Perhaps because time and consciousness are so intimately intertwined that neither can be understood without the other. Einstein showed us that time is not the rigid, universal clockwork that Newton imagined, but something far more mysterious. A dimension that bends and stretches, slows and accelerates depending on gravity and velocity. Time moves differently for astronauts in space than for us on Earth. It flows more slowly on mountain peaks than in valleys. The closer we approach the speed of light, the more time dilates until at light speed itself. Time would theoretically stop altogether. But even before Einstein's revelations, poets and mystics intuited that time was not what it seemed. They spoke of moments that felt eternal, of years that passed like days, of the way love and beauty could make time stand still while boredom and suffering made it crawl. They understood that subjective time, the time of experience, was as real and important as objective time measured by instruments. Consider how differently time feels at different stages of life. To a 5-year-old, summer vacation stretches endlessly, each day an epoch of possibility and play. To their grandparent, years seem to accelerate, seasons blending together in an ever-quickening stream. This isn't imagination, but mathematics. Each year represents a smaller fraction of our total lived experience, making it feel proportionally shorter as we age. Yet this acceleration might also reflect something deeper about consciousness and time. Children live primarily in the present moment, naturally mindful, absorbing each experience fully. Adults often live in the past and future, planning and remembering. Their attention scattered across temporal territories, experiencing each present moment only partially. When we're not fully present, time seems to slip by unnoticed, unmarked by the anchors of conscious experience. The mystics of various traditions discovered that in deep states of meditation or contemplation, time could seem to stop altogether. In these moments of profound presence, the usual narrative of past leading to future dissolves, revealing what they called the eternal now, a timeless dimension that exists within time, like the still center around which all movement revolves. This eternal now is not a different place or time, but a different way of experiencing this place and time. It's available in any moment when we stop dividing experience into before and after and simply rest in what is. The Sufi poet Rumi wrote, "Past and future veil God from our sight. Burn up both of them with fire." He understood that the divine, however we conceive it, is always present, always now, hidden only by our mental time travel. Modern neuroscience has begun to map how our brains construct our experience of time. We don't have a single time organ, but rather multiple neural networks that create our temporal experience. Circuits that track duration, sequence, rhythm, and the relationship between events. This suggests that time, as we experience it, is as much a creation of consciousness as a feature of the external world. Brain injuries can dramatically alter time perception. Some patients lose the ability to sequence events, living in an eternal present without memory or anticipation. Others become trapped in loops of memory, unable to move forward in psychological time. These conditions reveal how much our normal experience of time depends on the healthy functioning of specific neural processes. But even in ordinary consciousness, time remains wonderfully plastic. When we're absorbed in something we love, creating art, deep in conversation, lost in a good book, hours can pass unnoticed. This is what psychologists call flow state, when self-consciousness disappears and we become completely absorbed in the present activity. In flow, the usual relationship between subjective and objective time dissolves. Conversely, when we're bored, anxious, or in pain, time can slow to a crawl. Waiting for medical test results, sitting through a tedious meeting, enduring physical discomfort. These experiences stretch minutes into what feels like hours. This suggests that time perception is intimately connected to our emotional and attention states. Dreams offer another window into time's mysteries. In sleep, we can experience elaborate narratives that seem to unfold over days or years, but actually occur in minutes. The dreaming mind creates its own temporal logic, where past and future can exist simultaneously, where we can be children and adults at once, where impossible sequences feel perfectly natural. Dreams remind us that our waking experience of linear time is just one possible way of organizing consciousness. Cultural differences in time perception reveal how much our relationship to time is learned rather than innate. Some cultures emphasize linear time, progress, development, moving toward goals. Others experience time as cyclical, seasons returning, generations repeating patterns. What goes around, coming around. Still others have more fluid relationships to time, prioritizing relationships and natural rhythms over schedules and deadlines. Indigenous wisdom traditions often speak of deep time, the vast scales on which geological and cosmic processes unfold. They teach awareness of our place in the great cycles of earth and sky, helping us feel connected to timescales that dwarf human concerns, yet somehow make our brief lives feel more meaningful rather than less. We are temporary expressions of processes that began billions of years ago and will continue long after we're gone. The contemplation of deep time can be both humbling and liberating. Our worries about tomorrow's meeting or next year's plans take on different proportions when viewed against the backdrop of evolutionary time. Stellar lifespans, cosmic epochs. This perspective doesn't diminish the importance of our daily lives, but places them in a larger context that can bring both peace and purpose. Memory creates our sense of personal continuity through time. We are the stories we tell ourselves about our past, the narratives that connect who we were with who we are becoming. Yet memory is notoriously unreliable. Not a recording device, but a creative process that reconstructs the past through the lens of the present. Each time we remember something, we subtly change the memory, making our past as fluid as our future. Nostalgia reveals how emotionally complex our relationship to time can be. We long for the good old days that may never have existed as we remember them, forgetting the difficulties of earlier times while idealizing their simplicity. Yet nostalgia serves important psychological functions, connecting us to our roots, providing comfort during difficult transitions, reminding us of experiences that shaped who we've become. The fear of time, of aging, of death, of change itself underlies much human anxiety. We try to slow time with anti-aging treatments, preserve moments with photographs, create legacies that will outlast our brief lifespans. But these efforts, while natural and often beautiful, can also keep us from fully inhabiting the time we actually have. The wisdom traditions suggest a different approach. Not to fight time, but to befriend it. Not to resist change, but to flow with it. Not to fear death, but to let it teach us how to live. They understand that time is not our enemy, but our teacher. Not a thief stealing our experiences, but a gift creating the very possibility of experience. Consider how time creates meaning. Without time, there could be no growth, no learning, no development of relationships, no anticipation of joy or relief from suffering. Stories need time to unfold. Love needs time to deepen. Wisdom needs time to develop. Even our sense of self depends on temporal continuity, on being able to connect our past experiences with our present awareness and future possibilities. The seasons demonstrate time's creative power beautifully. Spring's emergence from winter's dormancy, summer's fullness and abundance, autumn's release and transformation, winter's rest and renewal. These cycles teach us that time is not just duration but rhythm, not just passage but pattern, not just change but dance. Our bodies are timepieces marking cosmic rhythms. Our circadian clocks sync us to the rotation of Earth. Our monthly cycles echo lunar rhythms. Our seasonal changes reflect our planet's journey around the sun. We are temporal beings, embedded in time's flow at every scale, from heartbeats to lifespans. Language shapes how we think about time. Some languages have no future tense, suggesting that speakers experience upcoming events as already present in some sense. Others have multiple past tenses, distinguishing between events personally witnessed and those known only by report. These linguistic differences hint at radically different ways of inhabiting temporal experience. The digital age has created new relationships to time. We can communicate instantly across vast distances, access information from any historical period, experience virtual realities with their own temporal rules. Yet many people report feeling more hurried than ever, as if acceleration of communication has sped up life itself rather than creating more leisure. Social media creates strange temporal experiences, scrolling through feeds that mix present moments with past memories and future anticipations. Experiencing FOMO about events we're not attending, living partially in the documented life of our online presence. These new technologies are reshaping human consciousness in ways we're only beginning to understand. As you rest here in the flowing present, you can feel yourself carried by time's current, not fighting against it, but surrendering to its movement. Like floating on a gentle river that knows exactly where it's going, even when you don't. Your breathing creates its own rhythm within the larger rhythms of night and day. Lunar cycles and seasons, the great spiral of your individual life within the even greater spirals of cosmic time. Tomorrow will bring its own relationship to time. Moments that stretch and compress, experiences that create new memories while transforming old ones. Opportunities to practice being present within time's flow rather than always swimming against it. You might notice how differently time feels when you're engaged versus distracted, connected versus isolated, grateful versus wanting. The invitation is not to master time but to dance with it, not to control it but to collaborate with it, not to escape it but to inhabit it more fully. Time is the medium in which love grows, wisdom develops, beauty emerges, meaning unfolds. Without time, there would be no stories to tell, no songs to sing, no hands to hold, no hearts to heal. Perhaps time's deepest gift is its limitation. Because our time is finite, each moment becomes precious. Because our days are numbered, we learn to value what we have. Because we cannot go back, we learn to pay attention now. Because everything changes, we learn to appreciate what is while it is. Sleep now within time's embrace, letting your consciousness gradually release its grip on past and future, settling into the timeless space of deep rest. In sleep, you'll visit that mysterious realm where time behaves differently, where the usual rules don't apply, where you can be everywhere and everyone at once. And when you wake, you'll return to linear time, but perhaps with a deeper appreciation for its mystery, its gift, its sacred role in making life possible. You'll have another day to practice being present within time's flow. Another opportunity to feel the river of moments carrying you exactly where you need to go. another chance to experience the miracle of consciousness unfolding in time, creating meaning and beauty in the brief, brilliant space between birth and death. Time is not your enemy, but your companion. Not a prison, but a possibility. Not an ending, but an ongoing creation. You are time becoming conscious of itself. Eternity experiencing itself through the beautiful limitation of mortal awareness. The universe telling its story through the particular plot of your unique and irreplaceable life. Impermanence and change. In the gentle light of dawn, as yesterday dissolves into memory and today begins its brief reign, we witness the universe's most fundamental truth. Nothing remains the same. The clouds that painted yesterday's sky have already transformed into today's weather. The cells in your body are different from those that carried you through last week. The person listening to these words is not quite the same person who began this sentence, for you have been changed, however subtly, by the very act of hearing it. This is the nature of existence. Not a collection of things, but a symphony of processes. Not a gallery of fixed forms, but a dance of constant becoming. Everything we can see, touch, think, or feel is caught in the great river of change, flowing from what was toward what will be, never pausing, never repeating exactly, never returning to precisely the same configuration twice. The ancient Buddhists called this truth anicca, impermanence. They observed that suffering comes not from change itself, but from our resistance to change, our desperate attempts to make permanent what is inherently temporary, our refusal to accept that everything we love, including ourselves, is in constant flux. The Buddha's first insight under the Bodhi tree was that clinging to the changing as if it were unchanging is the root of all human anguish. Yet this same impermanence that can seem so threatening is also the source of all hope, all possibility, all transformation. If nothing could change, we would be forever trapped in whatever circumstances we were born into. There would be no growth, no healing, no second chances, no evolution of consciousness or improvement of conditions. The very thing we often fear, that things will not stay the same, is what makes redemption, recovery, and renewal possible. Consider the story of the forest. Walk through old-growth woods and you see what appears to be permanence. Massive trees that have stood for centuries, their roots intertwined in ancient partnerships, their canopy creating a cathedral of seeming stability. Yet look closer, and you see that this forest is in constant motion. Leaves fall and decompose, feeding new growth. Young trees reach toward gaps in the canopy where giants have fallen. Seasons cycle through their endless dance of death and rebirth. What we perceive as a stable forest is actually a dynamic system, maintaining its identity precisely through continuous change. Your own body tells the same story. The calcium in your bones was once part of distant stars. The water in your blood has fallen as rain, flowed in rivers, risen as clouds, and now temporarily resides in your veins before continuing its eternal circulation. The very atoms that compose your physical form have been part of countless other arrangements, rocks and trees and other living beings, and will be again after your particular pattern dissolves back into the cosmic dance. Even your thoughts and emotions are impermanent. That worry that felt so solid and urgent this morning has already shifted, changed color, perhaps dissolved entirely. The joy you felt last week lives on only as memory, which itself transforms each time you recall it. Your opinions, your preferences, your sense of who you are. All of these flow and change like weather patterns in the sky of consciousness. This recognition can initially feel destabilizing. If everything is changing, including ourselves, then what can we count on? Where do we find security, stability, identity? The wisdom tradition suggests that the answer lies not in finding something unchanging to hold on to, but in learning to find peace within change itself, to discover the unchanging awareness that witnesses all changes without being disturbed by them. Think of yourself as a river rather than a statue. A river maintains its identity not by staying the same, but by continuing to flow. The Mississippi River today contains different water than it did yesterday, flows through a slightly different channel than it did last year. Yet it remains recognizably the Mississippi. Its identity lies not in its contents, but in its pattern, its flow, its relationship to the landscape it moves through. You too are a pattern in the flow of time and space. A temporary eddy in the stream of consciousness, a brief melody in the endless symphony of existence. Your identity lies not in your fixed characteristics, but in your capacity for change, growth, and response to life's ever-shifting circumstances. You are both the river and the water flowing through it, both the dance and the dancer, both the story and the storyteller. The seasons teach us about impermanence with their endless cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. Spring's tender green shoots emerging from winter's apparent death. Summer's full flowering and abundant fruit. Autumn's glorious release as leaves surrender their hold and fall in spirals of gold and crimson. Winter's quiet dormancy, when life retreats underground to gather strength for another beginning. These cycles remind us that endings are not failures, but completions, that decay is not defeat, but transformation. That death is not the opposite of life, but part of its eternal rhythm. The compost of autumn becomes the fertility of spring. The apparent emptiness of winter harbors the seeds of renewal. What looks like loss from one perspective reveals itself as gift from another. Human lives follow similar patterns, though not as predictably as the calendar year. We have seasons of growth and seasons of letting go, times of expansion and times of contraction, periods of activity and periods of rest. Learning to recognize and honor these natural rhythms rather than fighting against them brings us into harmony with the deeper currents of existence. Childhood is our spring. Rapid growth, endless curiosity, the joy of constant discovery. Youth is our summer. Full flowering of energy and possibility, the season of passion and adventure. Midlife often brings autumn's wisdom, understanding what truly matters, learning to let go of what doesn't serve. Appreciating beauty partly because we know it won't last forever. Old age can offer winter's gifts. The peace of acceptance, the clarity that comes from having seen many cycles, the freedom that emerges from releasing attachment to outcomes. But these seasons don't follow a strict chronological order. We can experience winter in youth and spring in old age. We can have autumn wisdom at 20 and summer vitality at 70. The art is learning to recognize what season we're in and to align ourselves with its particular gifts and challenges rather than resisting its natural flow. Relationships, too, are subject to impermanence. People enter our lives, share their journey with us for a while, and then continue on their own paths. Some relationships last decades, others mere moments, but all are temporary in the largest sense. This doesn't make them less meaningful, but perhaps more so. Knowing that our time together is limited can inspire us to love more fully, listen more deeply, appreciate more consciously what we have while we have it. The grief we feel when relationships end, through death, separation, or natural growing apart, is often grief for the impermanence itself. We're not just mourning the person or the connection, but our own vulnerability, our inability to control outcomes, our ultimate powerlessness over the flow of life. Yet this same vulnerability is what makes love possible. Without impermanence, there would be no urgency to love, no preciousness to connection, no reason to cherish what we have. Cities and civilizations rise and fall. Mountains wear down to sand. Species emerge and go extinct. Stars are born and die in cosmic cycles so vast they make human lifespans seem like flickers. Geologists speak of deep time, where mountain ranges are temporary features and continents drift like clouds across the face of the planet. Even the laws of physics may change over cosmic timescales that dwarf the age of our universe. This perspective on deep time can be overwhelming or liberating, depending on how we hold it. It can make our problems seem insignificant, or it can free us from taking ourselves too seriously. It can highlight our cosmic loneliness, or it can connect us to the vast community of all beings who share the adventure of temporary existence in an impermanent universe. The digital age has accelerated our experience of change in unprecedented ways. Information that once took years to travel around the world now circles the globe in seconds. Cultural trends emerge and disappear with dizzying speed. The pace of technological change means that skills learned in youth may be obsolete by middle age. This acceleration can create anxiety about keeping up, but it also offers opportunities for rapid learning, growth, and transformation. Social media gives us front-row seats to the impermanence of human experience. We watch friends' lives unfold in real time: births and deaths, celebrations and sorrows, achievements and setbacks. This constant stream of change can be overwhelming, but it also reminds us that we're all in the same boat, all subject to the same fundamental condition of constant transformation. Yet within this flux, there are patterns, rhythms, recurring themes that give shape to the chaos. The cycle of generations. Grandparents, to parents, to children, to grandchildren. The rhythm of work and rest, effort and ease, expansion and contraction. The eternal themes of love and loss, hope and fear. Joy and sorrow that appear in every human story regardless of when or where it unfolds. Artists have always understood impermanence intuitively. They capture moments in time, a particular quality of light, a fleeting expression, a temporary arrangement of colors or sounds or words. The beauty of art often lies precisely in its ability to preserve something ephemeral, to give lasting form to transient experience. Yet even artworks decay, paintings fade, sculptures crumble, songs are forgotten and rediscovered. The Japanese have a word for the bittersweet beauty of impermanence: mono no aware, often translated as the pathos of things. It describes the gentle sadness of watching cherry blossoms fall, the melancholy joy of a perfect moment passing, the poignant beauty of knowing that this too shall pass. It's not a depressing recognition, but a tender one, awakening our hearts to the precious fragility of all that we love. Perhaps the deepest teaching of impermanence is that it reveals what truly matters. When we understand that everything is temporary, we stop wasting time on trivial pursuits and focus on what brings genuine meaning. Love, connection, growth, service, beauty, truth. We become more present because we know that this moment, this conversation, this sunset, this embrace will never come again in exactly this way. The fear of death that haunts many people is really fear of ultimate impermanence. The recognition that even our consciousness, our sense of self, our precious individual existence is temporary. Yet every spiritual tradition has discovered that this fear dissolves when we realize our deeper identity. Not as separate beings clinging to temporary forms, but as expressions of the eternal process of existence itself. You are not separate from impermanence. Your impermanence becoming conscious of itself. You are change aware of its own nature. You are the universe's way of experiencing its own eternal transformation from the inside. When you truly understand this, the fear of change transforms into wonder at the creativity of existence. The terror of loss becomes gratitude for having had anything to lose. As you rest here in the flowing darkness, you can feel yourself carried by the great current of change. Your breath flowing in and out, your heart beating its temporary rhythm. Your thoughts arising and dissolving like waves on the ocean of awareness. You are perfectly safe within this flow because you are the flow itself, temporarily organized into the beautiful pattern that is your unique life. Tomorrow will bring new changes, some welcome, some challenging, all part of the endless dance of existence. You may resist some of these changes, and that's natural. You may try to hold on to beautiful moments, and that's human. But perhaps you can also practice flowing with the current rather than swimming against it, trusting that the same force that brings loss also brings renewal, that the same impermanence that takes away also gives. The season of your life you're in now, Whether it feels like spring's beginning, summer's fullness, autumn's letting go, or winter's rest, is perfect for this moment, temporary, like all seasons, part of the larger cycle that includes all possibilities. You don't need to be anywhere other than where you are. Anything other than what you are, for you are already a perfect expression of existence, exploring its own infinite potential for change. Sleep now, as leaves fall from the tree of consciousness, releasing the day's experiences back to the compost of memory, where they will nourish tomorrow's growth. Rest in the knowledge that your very capacity to change is your greatest gift, your deepest strength, your participation in the cosmic creativity that transforms hydrogen into stars. Stars into planets, planets into gardens. Gardens into consciousness, capable of loving the whole magnificent, impermanent dance. And when you wake, you will be the same river flowing in a slightly different channel, the same song playing in a new key, the same love wearing a fresh face, ready to meet whatever changes await with the courage that comes from understanding that change is not the enemy of life, but its very essence. Not the opposite of love, but love's most fundamental expression. Finding inner peace. In the sacred hours of evening, when the day's demands finally quiet and the soul has space to breathe, there comes a gentle recognition that beneath all the noise and urgency of modern life, beneath the endless cycles of wanting and worrying, there exists a place of profound stillness. This is not a location you must travel to or a state you must achieve, but a dimension of your own being that has been waiting patiently for your return. This is the realm of inner peace. Inner peace is not the absence of challenge or the elimination of all problems. It is not a permanent state of bliss or a spiritual achievement that, once attained, never fades. Rather, it is something far more practical and accessible. The capacity to remain centered and calm within the storm of existence. To find stability, not in controlling circumstances, but in the deeper knowledge of who you truly are beneath all circumstances. Imagine a mountain lake on a windless morning. The surface is so still, it perfectly mirrors the sky, the surrounding peaks, the clouds drifting overhead. This is not because nothing is happening. Fish swim in its depths, streams flow into it, life teems within and around it. The stillness is not empty but full, not absent but present, not separate from activity, but the peaceful ground in which all activity takes place. You carry such a lake within your own consciousness. Beneath the surface ripples of thoughts and emotions, beneath the waves of daily concerns and future anxieties, there exists this same quality of natural stillness. This is your birthright, your true home, the peace that passeth understanding spoken of by mystics throughout history. But how do we find our way back to this inner sanctuary, when the world seems designed to pull us away from it? How do we access this calm center when our phones are buzzing, our calendars are full, our minds are racing with endless to-do lists and unresolved worries? The answer lies not in changing our external circumstances, though that sometimes helps, but in changing our relationship to those circumstances. The first step toward inner peace is often the recognition that we've been looking for it in the wrong places. We've assumed that peace would come when we finally get the job we want, find the right relationship, solve all our problems, or achieve some perfect life situation. But this approach makes peace conditional on things beyond our complete control, turning it into a moving target that recedes as quickly as we approach it. True peace is unconditional. It exists independent of whether our day goes well or poorly, whether people approve of us or disappoint us, whether our plans unfold smoothly or fall apart entirely. This doesn't mean we become indifferent to outcomes or stop caring about our lives. It means we find a source of calm that doesn't depend on getting our way. The breath offers one of the most direct pathways to this unconditional peace. Right now, without changing anything, you can notice your breathing, the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the cool air entering your nostrils, the warm air leaving your body. This breath has been with you every moment of your life, quietly sustaining you, asking nothing in return. When you rest your attention here, in this simple rhythm of giving and receiving, you touch something that exists before thoughts, beyond worries, deeper than the personality that carries your name. In this attention to breathing, you discover that peace is not something you create, but something you uncover. It's not a product of the mind, but the space in which the mind operates. Like the sky that remains calm and spacious, whether clouds are present or absent. This awareness remains peaceful, whether thoughts are busy or quiet, emotions are turbulent or serene. The practice of meditation is simply the practice of returning to this spacious awareness again and again. You don't need special techniques or perfect conditions. You can meditate while walking, eating, listening to a friend, or washing dishes. Meditation is any activity done with complete presence. Any moment when you stop trying to be somewhere else and simply inhabit where you are. Forgiveness opens another doorway to inner peace. Not the forced forgiveness that tries to pretend hurt didn't happen, but the gentle release that comes from recognizing that holding on to resentment is like gripping a hot coal. You are the one who gets burned. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful behavior or pretending relationships should continue unchanged. It's about freeing yourself from the exhausting work of maintaining anger, about choosing peace over the bitter satisfaction of being right. This forgiveness extends not just to others, but to yourself. For the mistakes you've made, the opportunities you've missed. The person you sometimes are, instead of the person you wish you were. Self-forgiveness is often the hardest kind, but it's essential for inner peace. You cannot be truly at peace while carrying on an internal war against yourself. Acceptance plays a crucial role in cultivating peace, but acceptance is often misunderstood. It doesn't mean passive resignation or giving up on positive change. It means acknowledging reality as it actually is, rather than demanding it be different before you can be at peace. This acknowledgement creates space for appropriate response rather than reactive struggle. When you accept that your teenage child is going through a difficult phase, you can respond with wisdom and patience rather than constant frustration. When you accept that your body is aging, you can care for it appropriately, rather than fighting a battle you cannot win. When you accept that some things are beyond your control, you can focus your energy on what actually is within your influence. Acceptance is the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. Physical discomfort, emotional hurt, life's unavoidable disappointments. But suffering is optional. It's the story we tell ourselves about the pain. The resistance we offer to what's already happening. The way we multiply hurt through our mental commentary. Acceptance allows pain to be what it is without adding the additional layer of suffering that comes from fighting against reality. Gratitude naturally emerges when we stop demanding that life be different and start appreciating what's actually here. This isn't about false positivity or pretending everything is wonderful when it's not. It's about recognizing that even in difficult circumstances, there are gifts present. The gift of breath, of awareness, of the capacity to love and be loved, of the simple miracle of consciousness itself. Gratitude for small things often opens the heart more than gratitude for large blessings. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the taste of clean water, the feeling of soft fabric against your skin, the sound of a loved one's voice. These ordinary miracles surround us constantly, requiring only attention to be appreciated. Simplicity supports inner peace by reducing the complexity that often overwhelms our minds and schedules. This doesn't necessarily mean living with fewer possessions, though it might. More importantly, it means simplifying our mental and emotional lives. Saying no to commitments that don't align with our values, releasing the need to have opinions about everything. Focusing on what truly matters rather than what merely seems urgent. In a culture that profits from our dissatisfaction, that bombards us with messages about what we lack and why we should be worried, choosing simplicity becomes a radical act. It's a declaration that you have enough, are enough, know enough to be at peace right now. The practice of letting go, which we explored in an earlier conversation, is central to finding inner peace. Every moment offers opportunities to release. The expectation that didn't manifest, the plan that fell through, the image of yourself that no longer fits. Each small letting go is practice for the ultimate letting go that awaits us all, teaching us that we can lose things and still be whole. Still be peaceful, still be grateful for whatever remains. Nature offers profound teachings about peace. Sit beside a flowing stream and notice how the water doesn't struggle against the rocks in its path, but flows around them, finding the way forward without force or resistance. Watch trees in the wind, bending but not breaking, yielding to forces they cannot control while remaining rooted in what sustains them. Observe the cycles of seasons, the way nature accepts change as natural rather than fighting against time's passage. Spending time in natural settings, even if it's just a small park or your own backyard, can restore inner peace in ways that thinking about peace never can. Nature operates according to rhythms deeper than human urgency, timescales longer than our immediate concerns, wisdom older than our cultural conditioning. In nature's presence, we remember that we too are part of these larger rhythms, these deeper patterns of harmony and balance. Compassion, both for others and ourselves, creates the emotional conditions in which peace can flourish. When we meet life's difficulties with kindness rather than judgment, understanding rather than blame, we create internal space for wisdom to emerge. Compassion doesn't eliminate challenges, but it transforms our relationship to them, allowing us to respond from love rather than fear. This compassion recognizes that everyone is doing their best according to their current level of understanding and emotional capacity. The difficult people in our lives are not enemies to defeat, but fellow travelers struggling with their own pain, fear, and confusion. This doesn't mean we allow harmful behavior or fail to establish appropriate boundaries. It means we respond to difficulty with wisdom rather than reactivity. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness you would offer a good friend facing similar circumstances. Instead of harsh self-criticism when you make mistakes, offer yourself understanding. Instead of demanding perfection, acknowledge your humanity. Instead of comparing yourself to others, honor your unique path and timing. Solitude and silence create space for inner peace to emerge naturally. In our hyper-connected world, we rarely experience true quiet. There's always background noise, mental chatter, or digital stimulation. But peace often emerges in the spaces between sounds, between thoughts, between activities. Creating regular periods of solitude, even brief ones, allows this natural peace to surface. This solitude doesn't require elaborate retreats or special locations. It might be 5 minutes of quiet before starting your day, a short walk without podcast or music, or simply sitting in your car for a moment before entering your home. These small pockets of silence can become doorways to the deeper quiet that exists within you always. Prayer and contemplation, regardless of your religious or spiritual orientation, can open pathways to peace. This might involve traditional religious practices, or it might be as simple as asking for help when you feel overwhelmed, expressing gratitude for what you've received, or setting intentions for how you want to meet the day ahead. The act of reaching beyond our limited perspective often brings relief and perspective. Service to others naturally cultivates inner peace by shifting focus from our own concerns to the welfare of others. This doesn't require grand gestures or formal volunteering, though those are beautiful expressions. It might be listening deeply to a friend, helping a neighbor with groceries, or simply offering genuine smiles to people you encounter throughout your day. When we serve others, we often discover that our own problems become more manageable, our perspective becomes broader, our sense of connection and purpose deepens. Service reminds us that we are part of a larger web of interdependence, that our peace is connected to the peace of all beings. The cultivation of wisdom, understanding what truly matters and what doesn't, naturally leads to greater peace. Wisdom often comes through experience, through making mistakes and learning from them, through observing the patterns of your own mind and heart over time. It involves distinguishing between what you can control and what you cannot, what serves your highest good and what merely seems appealing in the moment. This wisdom often reveals that many of the things we worry about never happen, that many of the things we thought were essential turn out to be optional, that many of the things we feared would destroy us actually strengthened us. This recognition gradually builds confidence that you can handle whatever life brings, that you are more resilient than you realized, that peace is always available regardless of circumstances. As you rest here in the growing quiet of evening, you can feel this peace that has been waiting patiently for your attention. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or demand that you earn it through achievement. It simply is, like your heartbeat, like your breath, like the awareness that notices all experiences without being disturbed by any of them. This peace is not fragile. It doesn't disappear when challenges arise. It's not conditional, doesn't depend on everything going your way. It's not temporary. It doesn't fade when difficult emotions surface. It is the stable ground of your being, the constant amidst all change, the home you never actually left even when you forgot it was there. Tomorrow will bring its own opportunities to practice returning to this peace. When frustration arises, you can breathe and remember. When anxiety builds, you can pause and return to the present moment. When overwhelm threatens, you can step back into the spacious awareness that holds all experiences lightly. You don't need to be perfect at this practice. Peace is not a skill to master, but a recognition to have. The recognition that you are already whole, already safe in the deepest sense, already connected to something larger and more stable than any temporary circumstance. Sleep now as an expression of this peace, letting consciousness gradually release its grip on the day's activities and settle into the natural rest that requires no effort, no achievement, no becoming anything other than what you already are. In sleep, you return each night to this same peaceful ground, practicing the ultimate letting go, remembering in your dreams that you are held by something vast and loving and endlessly patient. And when you wake, this peace will still be there, not as something you must strive to create, but as the very foundation of your being. The quiet strength that allows you to meet whatever arises with grace, wisdom, and the unshakable calm that comes from knowing who you truly are beneath all the temporary costumes of circumstance. Minimalism and simplicity. In the quiet sanctuary of evening, surrounded perhaps by the accumulated objects of a lifetime, books read and unread, clothes worn and forgotten, gifts received and stored away, there comes a gentle wondering. What if less could be more? What if the path to contentment lay not in acquiring, but in releasing? Not in filling space, but in creating it. Not in having everything, but in needing very little. This is the invitation of minimalism. Not a stark aesthetic of empty rooms and bare walls, but a philosophy of intentional living that asks us to examine what we truly need, what actually serves us, what genuinely brings joy to our days. It's the recognition that somewhere beneath the layers of possessions and commitments and digital distractions, a simpler way of being is waiting to be rediscovered. Minimalism is often misunderstood as deprivation, as forcing yourself to live with less out of some misguided sense of virtue or sacrifice. But true minimalism is abundance. The abundance that comes from knowing what matters. The richness that emerges when we stop cluttering our lives with what doesn't serve us. The freedom that flows from choosing quality over quantity in every aspect of our existence. Consider the master calligrapher who, after decades of practice, can capture the essence of a mountain in 3 simple brushstrokes. This is not limitation, but mastery. The ability to distill beauty to its essence, to say more with less, to find in simplicity a power that complexity often obscures. The white space around those brushstrokes is not empty, but full of possibility, not lacking, but complete. Your life, too, can become such a masterpiece of intentional choice. Every possession you keep, every commitment you make, Every activity you engage in can be chosen consciously rather than accumulated unconsciously. This requires what minimalists call the discipline of enough, the wisdom to know when you have sufficient, the courage to resist the cultural pressure for more, the peace that comes from contentment with what is. The journey toward simplicity often begins with physical possessions, perhaps because they're the most visible manifestation of our relationship with excess. Walk through your home with fresh eyes and notice how many objects compete for your attention. Books you'll never read again, clothes that no longer fit your body or lifestyle, kitchen gadgets that seemed essential when purchased but now gather dust in drawers. Each unused possession carries a subtle weight. The mental energy required to maintain it, organize it, remember where you put it. The visual noise that comes from being surrounded by too much stuff. The financial burden of storing, insuring, and caring for things that add no value to your daily experience. When you begin releasing what you don't need, you discover how much lighter life feels when stripped of this unnecessary burden. But the sorting process itself becomes a meditation on value and meaning. As you hold each object, you can ask yourself, does this serve my current life? Does it bring me joy or beauty or usefulness? Does it align with who I'm becoming rather than who I used to be? These questions, applied honestly and without judgment, naturally reveal what wants to stay and what is ready to go. The clothes that hang unworn in your closet might tell stories of aspirational selves that never quite manifested. The formal dresses for events you thought you'd attend. It's the exercise clothes for workouts you plan to do. It's the expensive items bought during emotional shopping that never felt quite right. Releasing these clothes isn't just decluttering. It's an act of self-compassion, of accepting who you actually are rather than punishing yourself for who you thought you should be. Books present their own challenges and gifts in the minimalism journey. For many, books represent knowledge, potential, the noble intention to learn and grow. But keeping hundreds of books you'll never reference again is like carrying a library on your back while hiking. The few books that truly deserve space in your life, it's the ones you return to that changed your thinking that you want to share with others. These become treasures when they're not competing with volumes that serve their purpose and are ready to serve someone else. The kitchen often reveals how we use acquisition to solve problems that might be better addressed through simplicity. Multiple gadgets that duplicate function, specialty tools used once and forgotten. Ingredients bought for recipes never made. A minimalist kitchen focuses on versatile quality tools that earn their space through regular use. A sharp knife, a good cutting board, a reliable pan. These simple essentials can create more satisfying meals than a kitchen full of complicated equipment. Digital minimalism extends these principles into the realm of information and connection. Our devices, meant to simplify communication and access to information, often become sources of overwhelm and distraction. The constant pings of notifications, the endless scroll of social media, the accumulated digital clutter of files, photos, and apps we no longer use. All of this creates mental noise that minimalism seeks to quiet. Unsubscribing from email lists that no longer serve you. Deleting apps that consume time without adding value. Organizing digital photos so the meaningful ones can actually be found and enjoyed. These acts of digital minimalism create space for more intentional engagement with technology. Instead of being used by your devices, you begin using them consciously as tools that support your chosen priorities. Social minimalism involves examining your relationships and commitments with the same discerning eye you might apply to possessions. Not all relationships are meant to be lifelong, and not all invitations deserve a yes. Learning to say no to social obligations that drain your energy creates space for deeper connection with the people who truly matter to you. Quality over quantity applies as much to friendships as it does to possessions. This doesn't mean becoming antisocial or cutting people off callously. It means recognizing that your time and energy are finite resources that deserve to be invested wisely. The acquaintance who only calls to complain. The social events you attend out of obligation rather than joy. the committees and groups you joined from guilt rather than genuine interest. All of these can be released with kindness to make room for more authentic connection. The minimalist calendar looks different from the packed schedules our culture often celebrates. Instead of pride in busyness, there's appreciation for spaciousness. Instead of back-to-back commitments, there are margins for spontaneity, reflection, and rest. This doesn't mean laziness or lack of ambition. It means being selective about where you direct your energy, so you can be fully present to what you choose to engage with. Financial minimalism focuses on distinguishing between needs and wants, between purchases that add genuine value and those that provide only temporary satisfaction. This might mean buying fewer but higher quality items that last longer and bring more joy. It might mean prioritizing experiences over possessions, recognizing that memories often provide more lasting satisfaction than material goods. The practice of gratitude naturally supports minimalist principles by helping you appreciate what you already have rather than constantly seeking more. When you truly appreciate the warm cup of coffee in your hands, the soft sweater that keeps you comfortable, the reliable car that gets you where you need to go, the desire for additional versions of these things often diminishes. Gratitude reveals the abundance that's already present in your life. Simplicity in daily routines creates space for what matters most. The morning routine that includes only essential activities leaves time for reflection and intention setting. The evening routine that focuses on rest and connection rather than entertainment consumption prepares you for restorative sleep. The weekend that includes margin for spontaneity alongside chosen activities feels more refreshing than one packed with obligations. Minimalist design principles, clean lines, natural materials, purposeful placement of objects, create physical environments that support mental clarity and emotional calm. But this doesn't require expensive furniture or professional design services. It might be as simple as clearing surfaces of everything except what's actively needed, choosing a consistent color palette that feels peaceful, or placing a single beautiful object where it can be truly appreciated rather than competing with visual clutter. The minimalist mindset recognizes that attention is our most precious resource. In a world designed to capture and monetize attention, choosing where to direct your mental energy becomes an act of sovereignty. Reading one book deeply rather than skimming 10. Having one meaningful conversation rather than 5 superficial ones. Creating one piece of work with care rather than rushing through multiple projects. This focus on depth over breadth extends to learning and skill development. Rather than trying to be adequate at many things, minimalism might encourage becoming excellent at a few things that truly matter to you. The musician who masters one instrument thoroughly rather than dabbling in several. The cook who perfects a handful of nourishing recipes rather than collecting hundreds they'll never try. Travel minimalism embraces the freedom that comes from traveling light, both literally and figuratively. The practical joy of moving through airports with a single carry-on bag, but also the deeper satisfaction of traveling with fewer expectations. Fewer demands on the experience, more openness to what actually unfolds. Sometimes the most memorable trips are the simplest ones, where the absence of elaborate plans creates space for genuine discovery. Parenting through a minimalist lens might focus on providing children with fewer toys but more attention. Fewer scheduled activities but more unstructured time for imagination and play. It might mean modeling the values of gratitude and contentment rather than the endless pursuit of more. Children often play more creatively with simple materials than with elaborate toys. Finding joy in cardboard boxes and art supplies rather than expensive gadgets. The environmental benefits of minimalism emerge naturally from its principles. Buying less means consuming fewer resources, creating less waste, reducing your ecological footprint. But this isn't about guilt or sacrifice. It's about discovering that a lighter impact on the planet often creates a lighter, more satisfying way of living for yourself as well. Minimalism doesn't require adopting someone else's aesthetic or following strict rules about how many possessions you're allowed to keep. It's about discovering your own relationship with enough, your own definition of what constitutes a well-lived life. For some, this might mean dramatic downsizing and tiny house living. For others, it might mean more subtle shifts toward intentionality and mindfulness in acquisition and consumption. The practice is ongoing rather than a destination to reach. As your life changes, so too will your needs and desires. The minimalism that serves you in your 20s might look different from what supports you in your 50s. The key is maintaining the habit of regular examination. Continuing to ask whether your possessions, commitments, and habits are serving your current life rather than just accumulating out of momentum. As you rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, perhaps you can feel the invitation to simplicity calling to you, not as a harsh demand to eliminate everything you enjoy, but as a gentle inquiry into what truly matters, what actually brings satisfaction. What deserves space in the limited time you have on this earth? Tomorrow might offer opportunities to practice small acts of simplification, clearing one drawer of items you no longer need, unsubscribing from one email list that no longer adds value, saying no to one commitment that doesn't align with your priorities. Each small choice toward simplicity creates space for what you truly value to flourish. The path of minimalism and simplicity isn't about perfection or strict adherence to arbitrary rules. It's about gradually aligning your outer life with your inner values, creating space for what matters most by releasing what doesn't serve you. It's about discovering that the good life might not require as much as our culture suggests. That contentment, peace, and joy are often found not in addition, but in subtraction. Sleep now in the simplicity of rest itself. No possessions needed, no achievements required, no complex preparations necessary. Just the simple surrender to the body's need for restoration, the mind's need for quiet, the soul's need for peace. In sleep, you practice the ultimate minimalism, letting go of all the day's concerns, all the accumulated thoughts and worries, returning to the essential simplicity of being. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that the richest life might not be the fullest one, that the freest existence might not involve having the most options, that the deepest satisfaction often comes from appreciating deeply what you already have rather than constantly seeking what you don't yet possess. You'll have another day to practice the gentle art of enough, the quiet wisdom of simplicity, the profound freedom that comes from knowing that you already have everything you need to live a meaningful, beautiful, satisfying life. Amor fati, love of fate. In the quiet depths of night, when the day's struggles have settled into memory, and the soul seeks wisdom in stillness, there emerges an ancient invitation so radical, so transformative, that it can change everything. Not just how we endure difficulty, but how we embrace the entire tapestry of human existence. This invitation, whispered across centuries by philosophers and poets, saints and sages, is captured in two simple Latin words, amor fati, love of fate. Not acceptance of fate, not resignation to fate, not merely tolerance of what cannot be changed, but love. Genuine, wholehearted, transformative love for everything that has shaped your life, is shaping it now, and will shape it in the unknowable future. This is perhaps the most challenging and liberating philosophy ever conceived by the human heart. Imagine loving not just the beautiful moments of your life, the successes, the joys, the times when everything went according to plan, but also the failures, the heartbreaks, the unexpected detours that seemed to derail your dreams. Imagine embracing not only your strengths and achievements, but also your weaknesses, your mistakes, your most embarrassing moments. Imagine saying yes to your entire story, not despite its difficulties, but because of how those very difficulties have carved you into the unique person you have become. This was the philosophy that sustained Friedrich Nietzsche through years of physical pain and social isolation, that enabled him to write some of humanity's most profound insights, while battling chronic illness and emotional turmoil. "My formula for greatness in a human being," he declared, "is amor fati." That one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. Not merely bear what is necessary, still less conceal it, but love it. The Stoics understood this principle long before Nietzsche gave it its famous name. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his tent during military campaigns, practiced seeing every obstacle as an opportunity, every setback as a chance to develop virtue, every unwelcome event as precisely what was needed for his soul's education. Accept the things to which fate binds you, he counseled himself, and love the people with whom fate associates you. But amor fati goes beyond the Stoic acceptance of what cannot be changed. It asks us to fall in love with the very process of becoming who we are, including all the painful steps along the way. It invites us to see our lives not as a series of random events punctuated by occasional meaning, but as a perfectly orchestrated curriculum designed specifically for our growth, understanding, and awakening. This doesn't require believing in a cosmic plan or divine intervention, though it doesn't exclude such beliefs either. It simply recognizes that whatever has happened in your life has contributed to making you who you are in this moment. Every joy and sorrow, every triumph and failure, every moment of clarity and confusion has been woven into the fabric of your being. To reject any thread is to reject part of yourself. Consider the most difficult period of your life, perhaps a time of loss, illness, betrayal, or failure that felt unbearable when you were living through it. Can you see now how that experience, terrible as it was, taught you something essential? Maybe it revealed strengths you didn't know you possessed, deepened your compassion for others who suffer, clarified what truly matters to you, or opened doors that wouldn't have opened otherwise. This isn't about romanticizing pain or pretending that suffering is inherently good. Some experiences are genuinely terrible. Some losses are devastating. Some injustices are inexcusable. Amor fati doesn't ask you to be grateful for abuse, to celebrate tragedy, or to pretend that harmful events were somehow beneficial. Instead, it invites you to love yourself so completely that you can embrace even the wounded, scarred, imperfect parts of your story as integral to who you have become. The practice of amor fati begins with radical self-acceptance. This means loving not just the self you present to the world, but the self you keep hidden. The parts you're ashamed of, the choices you regret, the aspects of your personality you wish you could change. It means recognizing that these shadow elements, too, are part of your humanity, part of what makes you real rather than perfect. When you can love your own imperfections, your failures, your moments of weakness and poor judgment, something extraordinary happens. You stop needing to defend your past. Stop wasting energy on regret and self-recrimination. Stop living as if you need to earn forgiveness for being human. You begin to inhabit your life fully instead of conditionally. To be present to what is instead of constantly comparing it to what might have been. This self-love naturally extends to loving others more completely as well. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself, you stop demanding it from others. When you can embrace your own difficult emotions and shadow qualities, you can hold space for others to be equally human. Love becomes less conditional, more spacious, more real. Amor fati transforms how we meet current difficulties. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we might ask, "What is this here to teach me?" Instead of resisting unwelcome experiences, we can become curious about what they might offer. Instead of seeing obstacles as evidence that life is unfair, we can view them as customized challenges designed to help us develop specific qualities we need. This doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to work toward positive change. A person practicing amor fati might work just as hard to improve their circumstances, advocate for justice, or pursue their dreams. But they do so from a place of love rather than resistance, engagement rather than struggle, collaboration with life rather than battle against it. The practice involves learning to say yes to your emotions, even the uncomfortable ones. instead of judging yourself for feeling angry, sad, anxious, or disappointed. You can recognize these emotions as natural responses to challenging circumstances. They don't make you weak or wrong. They make you human. When you stop fighting your emotions, they often move through you more quickly and leave behind valuable information about what you need or value. Amor fati extends to loving your body exactly as it is, not as it was in youth, not as you wish it could be, but as it exists now with all its limitations, changes, and imperfections. This body has carried you through every experience of your life, has healed from countless injuries, has adapted to innumerable changes. It deserves love and gratitude rather than criticism and rejection. The practice includes embracing your particular temperament and personality, even the aspects that sometimes create challenges. If you're naturally introverted in an extroverted world, anxious in cultures that value confidence, sensitive in environments that reward toughness, Amor fati invites you to love these qualities as features rather than bugs, to see how they contribute to your unique perspective and gifts. This philosophy transforms relationships by releasing the need for others to be different than they are. When you can love your own complexity and contradictions, you can extend the same unconditional regard to others. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or failing to set appropriate boundaries. It means loving people for who they actually are, rather than punishing them for not being who you want them to be. Amor fati includes loving your mistakes and failures as essential parts of your education. The business that didn't succeed taught you lessons you couldn't have learned any other way. The relationship that ended showed you something important about yourself or what you need in partnership. The opportunity you missed led you to a different path that brought unexpected gifts. This perspective sees failure not as the opposite of success, but as its necessary prerequisite. You cannot develop resilience without facing setbacks. You cannot discover your true priorities without experiencing loss. You cannot develop compassion without knowing suffering. The failures you've experienced haven't disqualified you from success. They've prepared you for it. The practice extends to loving your current circumstances, however imperfect they might be. The job that feels beneath your capabilities might be teaching you humility or patience. The living situation that's not ideal might be providing exactly the motivation you need to make necessary changes. The relationship challenges you're facing might be opportunities to develop better communication skills or clearer boundaries. This doesn't mean settling for less than you deserve or failing to work toward improvement. It means recognizing that your current circumstances, whatever they are, contain everything you need to take the next step in your growth. You don't need different circumstances to begin becoming who you're meant to be. You need to fully inhabit the circumstances you have. Amor fati transforms aging from something to resist into something to embrace. Each line on your face tells a story of laughter or concern for others. Each gray hair marks years of experience and accumulated wisdom. Each physical limitation invites you to discover new forms of strength and adaptation. Getting older becomes not a loss but a deepening, not a decline but an evolution. The philosophy includes loving your family of origin, however complicated that relationship might be. These people, chosen for you before you could choose, have shaped you in fundamental ways. Even if they caused pain, even if they were inadequate or harmful, they contributed to making you who you are. This doesn't require ongoing relationship with harmful family members, but it does involve releasing the fantasy of having had different parents or siblings. Loving your cultural and historical moment, despite its challenges and imperfections, becomes part of Amor fati. You were born into this time for reasons you may never fully understand. The particular challenges facing your generation, technological disruption, climate change, social upheaval, are your assignments, your opportunities to contribute something meaningful to the human story. The practice involves loving your death, not welcoming it prematurely, but accepting mortality as the natural completion of life rather than its enemy. When you can embrace the reality that your time is limited, each moment becomes more precious. Each relationship more valuable, each experience more vivid. Death becomes not the opposite of life, but its teacher. Not a tragedy, but a natural transition. This love of fate ultimately becomes love of mystery itself. Recognition that life unfolds according to patterns larger than your understanding. That what seems random often reveals itself as meaningful when viewed from sufficient distance. That you are participating in a story whose full significance you may never grasp, but can learn to trust. As you rest here in the gentle darkness, perhaps you can feel this invitation calling to you. Not to become someone different, but to love who you already are more completely. Not to change your past, but to embrace it as the perfect curriculum for creating the person you have become. Not to control your future, but to meet whatever comes with the confidence that you can love your way through anything. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to practice amor fati. The small annoyances that might normally frustrate you can become chances to practice loving what is. The unexpected challenges can be met with curiosity rather than resistance. The aspects of yourself that you typically judge can be held with greater compassion and acceptance. You don't need to achieve perfect amor fati. The very attempt to love your life more completely is itself a form of the practice. Each moment of acceptance, each instance of self-compassion, each choice to say yes to your experience rather than demanding it be different, moves you closer to this profound way of being. The goal isn't to eliminate all preferences or stop working for positive change. It's to engage with life from a place of fundamental love rather than fundamental resistance. To collaborate with existence rather than fighting against it. To trust that your unique story, including all its unexpected plot twists, it's exactly what was needed to create the irreplaceable gift of your consciousness. Sleep now as an active amor fati, loving the need for rest, embracing the daily cycle of activity and restoration, trusting that even unconsciousness serves purposes beyond your understanding. Rest in the knowledge that every aspect of your life, from the most glorious to the most difficult, has contributed to the miracle of who you are becoming. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that you don't need to fix your life or perfect your story to be worthy of love. You are already the hero of an epic tale, the protagonist of a meaningful journey, the author of a story that no one else could tell. Your fate, past, present, and future, deserves not just acceptance, but celebration. Not just tolerance, but the deepest, most transformative love your heart can offer. The nature of happiness. In the soft hours of twilight, when the day's pursuits have quieted and the mind has space to wonder, a question arises that has captivated humanity since consciousness first recognized itself. What is happiness? This elusive quality we all seek, this golden thread we chase through the labyrinth of existence. This state of being that seems to dance just beyond our grasp, even as we organize our entire lives around pursuing it. Happiness is perhaps the most universal human desire, yet it remains one of our greatest mysteries. We know it when we feel it. That warmth that spreads through the chest, that lightness that makes the world seem brighter, that sense of rightness with existence itself. But the moment we try to capture it, define it, or manufacture it on demand, it often slips away like water through our fingers, leaving us wondering if we imagined its presence altogether. The ancient Greeks distinguished between two types of happiness, each revealing different facets of this complex jewel of human experience. They spoke of hedonia, the happiness that comes from pleasure, satisfaction, and the fulfillment of desires. This is the happiness of a delicious meal when you're hungry, of laughter shared with friends, of physical comfort and sensory delight. It's immediate, embodied, often intense, but typically brief. Then there was eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or well-being, but deeper than either translation suggests. This was happiness that emerged from living according to your highest nature, from actualizing your potential, from engaging meaningfully with the world. It was less about feeling good in the moment and more about the deep satisfaction that comes from a life well lived, from being who you were meant to be. Modern research has largely confirmed this ancient wisdom, finding that while hedonic pleasures provide important moments of joy, it's eudaimonic well-being, that sense of meaning, purpose, and authentic self-expression, that predicts long-term life satisfaction. Yet both forms of happiness have their place in a complete human life, like two instruments in an orchestra, each contributing its own essential voice to the symphony of well-being. But perhaps the first insight into happiness's nature is recognizing what it is not. Happiness is not a permanent state to be achieved and maintained, like a destination reached after a long journey. It's not the absence of all problems or the fulfillment of every desire. It's not something that can be purchased, earned, or guaranteed through any external accomplishment. The culture's promise that happiness lies in the next promotion, the perfect relationship, or the acquisition of specific possessions has led countless people on exhausting chases that lead nowhere but to more chasing. Happiness, it seems, is less like a treasure to be found and more like a flower that blooms when conditions are right. You cannot force a flower to bloom through effort or demand, but you can create the soil, water, and light that allow its natural flowering to occur. Similarly, happiness often emerges not when we chase it directly, but when we create the inner and outer conditions that allow our natural capacity for joy and contentment to flourish. One of these conditions is presence, the ability to be fully here, now aware of what's actually happening rather than lost in thoughts about what was or might be. Watch a child absorbed in play, completely present to their imaginary world, unconscious of time passing or tasks waiting. This natural mindfulness often produces spontaneous happiness because it allows us to receive the gifts that each moment offers rather than always looking toward some future fulfillment. Another condition is gratitude. Not the forced positivity that denies difficulty, but the genuine appreciation for what's already present in your life. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the reliability of your breathing, the miracle of consciousness itself, the love of those who care about you. When attention rests on these existing blessings rather than on what's missing, happiness often arises naturally. Connection creates fertile ground for happiness to bloom. Human beings are fundamentally social creatures, wired for relationship and community. The happiness that emerges from deep conversation with a friend, from comforting someone in distress, from feeling truly seen and understood by another person. These joys remind us that our well-being is intimately connected to the well-being of others. We are not isolated units seeking individual pleasure, but interconnected beings whose happiness is enhanced when shared. Meaning-making also nurtures happiness in ways that pure pleasure cannot. The parent who loses sleep caring for a sick child, the artist who struggles with their craft, the activist working for social justice. These people often report deep satisfaction, even when their immediate experience includes difficulty or sacrifice. When our actions align with our values, when we contribute to something larger than ourselves, when we use our unique gifts in service of what matters, a profound form of happiness emerges that transcends momentary circumstances. Yet happiness also seems to require a certain lightness, a capacity for play and wonder and spontaneous joy. The person who is always serious about meaning, who turns every experience into a lesson or assignment, often misses the simple pleasures that make life delicious. Happiness includes room for silliness, for beauty appreciated for its own sake, for moments of pure enjoyment without deeper purpose or significance. The relationship between happiness and suffering reveals another aspect of its nature. Contrary to popular belief, happiness is not the absence of pain, but the capacity to remain open to joy even in the presence of difficulty. The most durably happy people are often not those who have avoided suffering, but those who have learned to hold both joy and sorrow with equal grace, who understand that life includes both laughter and tears, and that attempting to have one without the other impoverishes both. This suggests that happiness might be less about circumstances and more about response to circumstances. Two people can face similar challenges and have completely different experiences based on their inner resources. Their perspectives, their capacity to find meaning and connection even in difficult times. This isn't about positive thinking or denial of genuine problems, but about the deep resilience that comes from having cultivated inner sources of well-being that external events cannot completely destroy. Acceptance plays a surprising role in happiness. When we stop demanding that life be different from what it is, when we release the exhausting struggle to control outcomes, when we make peace with our own imperfections and limitations, paradoxically, happiness often increases. This isn't passive resignation, but active embrace of reality as the starting point for meaningful engagement. We can work for change and improvement while simultaneously accepting what currently is, creating space for happiness to exist alongside our efforts toward growth. The temporal nature of happiness offers another key insight. Happiness is not a constant state, but a recurring visitor, like a favorite song that plays occasionally on the radio of consciousness. Expecting to be happy all the time is like expecting every day to be sunny. It sets us up for disappointment and makes us judge the natural rhythms of human experience as failures rather than recognizing them as simply the way consciousness works. Instead, we might think of happiness as moments of grace that arise spontaneously when we're living in alignment with our deeper nature. The unexpected laughter that bubbles up during a difficult day. The sudden appreciation for beauty that stops you in your tracks. The wave of love that washes over you while watching someone you care about. These moments can't be manufactured on demand, but they can be welcomed when they arrive and remembered when they pass. Cultural differences in happiness reveal how much our understanding of it is shaped by the values and beliefs of our society. Some cultures emphasize individual achievement and personal satisfaction as the path to happiness. Others focus on harmony with community and fulfillment of social roles. Still others prioritize spiritual development and transcendence of personal desires. Each approach contains wisdom and limitations, suggesting that happiness might be broad enough to accommodate many different expressions while maintaining certain universal elements. The hedonic treadmill. It's a tendency for humans to return to a baseline level of happiness, despite positive or negative life changes, reveals both a challenge and a gift. The challenge is that external improvements to our circumstances often provide less lasting happiness than we expect. The person who gets the promotion, buys the dream house, or marries their ideal partner often finds that the happiness boost is temporary, and they return to roughly the same level of well-being they had before. But this same mechanism protects us from being permanently devastated by negative events. People often adapt to loss, illness, or setback in ways that surprise them, finding sources of meaning and joy even in difficult circumstances. This suggests that we carry within us a natural capacity for happiness that is more resilient than we typically realize. The happiness found in simple pleasures often proves more reliable than that sought in extraordinary experiences. The morning cup of coffee savored without distraction. The feeling of clean sheets against tired skin. The sound of rain on the roof while you're safely inside. The smile of a stranger who holds a door open. These small gifts, available to almost everyone regardless of circumstances, can provide consistent access to happiness if we develop the capacity to notice and receive them. Flow states. Those experiences of complete absorption where self-consciousness disappears and we become one with whatever we're doing, offer another window into happiness's nature. Whether it's playing music, writing, gardening, having deep conversation, or engaging in sports. These moments reveal that happiness often emerges not from passive consumption, but from active engagement that challenges us just enough to require full presence without overwhelming our capacities. The role of giving and service in creating happiness points to something essential about human nature. Acts of kindness, generosity, and service to others consistently produce happiness in ways that purely self-focused pleasures often don't. This suggests that we are wired for connection and contribution, that our individual well-being is intimately connected to the welfare of others. Physical health provides important foundations for happiness, though perfect health is not required. Regular movement, adequate sleep, nourishing food, and time in nature all support the biochemical conditions that make happiness more accessible. But people with chronic illness or physical limitations often report high levels of life satisfaction, while those with perfect health sometimes struggle with depression and dissatisfaction. The relationship between physical and emotional well-being is important, but not deterministic. The happiness that comes from learning and growth reveals our fundamental nature as evolving beings. The satisfaction of mastering a new skill, understanding a complex idea, or seeing familiar things from fresh perspectives. These joys suggest that we are designed to expand, develop, and become more than we were. Stagnation often breeds unhappiness, while movement toward greater knowledge, wisdom, or capability tends to generate natural satisfaction. Solitude and social connection both contribute to happiness in different ways, and learning to balance them becomes part of the art of well-being. Time alone allows for reflection, creativity, and the kind of deep listening that reveals what truly matters to you. Time with others provides the warmth of belonging, the joy of shared experience, and the opportunity to both give and receive care. Both are needed, and the optimal balance varies for different people and different life stages. As you rest here in the gentle evening, perhaps you can feel happiness not as something you need to achieve, but as something that's already woven into the fabric of your existence. It lives in your capacity to appreciate beauty, to feel love, to be moved by music or poetry, to laugh at absurdity, to find meaning in difficulty, to hope for better while accepting what is. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to notice the happiness that's already available. In the first breath of morning air, in the face of someone who matters to you, in the satisfaction of completing a task or helping another person. You don't need different circumstances to access happiness. You need only the willingness to receive the gifts that each ordinary moment offers. The nature of happiness, it seems, is both simpler and more complex than our seeking minds imagine. It's as available as your next breath and as mysterious as consciousness itself. It cannot be grasped but can be experienced, cannot be permanent but can be recurring, cannot be guaranteed but can be cultivated through the gentle art of living with presence, gratitude, connection, and openness to the beauty and meaning that surround us always. Sleep now in the happiness of rest itself. The natural satisfaction of a body finding comfort, a mind releasing its concerns, a soul settling into the peace that requires nothing more than your willing surrender to what is. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that happiness is not a destination to reach, but a way of traveling. Not a prize to win, but a capacity to develop. Not a problem to solve, but a mystery to live with wonder and appreciation. You are already equipped with everything needed to experience happiness. A consciousness capable of appreciation, a heart capable of love, a mind capable of finding meaning, a body capable of pleasure. The happiness you seek is not somewhere else, waiting for better circumstances. It is here, now, in this moment, in this breath, in the simple miracle of being alive and aware, in a universe that somehow arranged itself in such a way that happiness became possible at all. The power of gratitude. In the hush of evening, as the day's final light fades into memory and the soul finds sanctuary in stillness, there exists a practice so simple, yet so transformative that it can alter the very chemistry of your brain, the rhythm of your heart, and the lens through which you see existence itself. This practice requires no special training, costs nothing, asks for no particular circumstances. Only the willingness to notice and acknowledge what is already present in your life. This is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude is far more than positive thinking or forced optimism. It is not about pretending that life is perfect or denying genuine difficulties. Instead, gratitude is a radical act of seeing. A choice to focus on what's working rather than what's broken, what you have rather than what you lack, what's possible rather than what's problematic. It is perhaps the most direct pathway from scarcity consciousness to abundance consciousness, from victimhood to empowerment, from suffering to peace. The word gratitude comes from the Latin gratia, meaning grace, graciousness, or gratefulness. This etymology reveals something profound. Gratitude is both a recognition of grace received and a gracious response to that recognition. When we practice gratitude, we acknowledge that we are recipients of countless gifts, many of which we had no role in creating or earning. The air we breathe, the sunlight that warms us, the complex biological processes that sustain life, the love we've received. All of these come to us as grace. Modern neuroscience has begun to map the remarkable effects of gratitude on the human brain and body. Regular gratitude practice literally rewires neural pathways, strengthening circuits associated with happiness and weakening those linked to stress and negativity. People who maintain gratitude journals show increased activity in the hypothalamus, the part of the brain that regulates stress, and in the dopamine system, which governs reward and pleasure. They sleep better, have stronger immune systems, and report higher levels of life satisfaction. But these scientific findings, remarkable as they are, only begin to capture gratitude's true power. At its deepest level, gratitude is a spiritual practice that transforms our fundamental relationship with existence. It shifts us from a position of constant wanting to one of abundant receiving, from scarcity to sufficiency, from taking life for granted to marveling at the improbable miracle of being alive and conscious in this universe. Consider the extraordinary circumstances that had to align for you to exist at all. The precise cosmic conditions that allowed stars to form and create the elements that compose your body. The billions of years of evolution that develop the capacity for consciousness. The countless generations of ancestors who survived long enough to reproduce, creating an unbroken chain of life that led to you. The improbable series of events that brought your parents together at exactly the right time. From this perspective, your very existence is the most extraordinary gift imaginable. Yet we rarely pause to appreciate this fundamental miracle. Instead, we often focus on what's missing, what's wrong, what needs to be different. This isn't a character flaw, but a survival mechanism. Our brains are wired to scan for problems and threats, to notice what's not working so we can fix it. This negativity bias served our ancestors well when immediate dangers required constant vigilance. But in modern life, this same tendency can create chronic dissatisfaction and anxiety, keeping us locked in cycles of perpetual wanting. Gratitude offers an antidote to this negativity bias. It doesn't eliminate problems or prevent us from working toward positive change. Instead, it provides balance, helping us see the full picture of our lives rather than only the challenging parts. When we practice gratitude, we train our attention to notice gifts that were always present but previously invisible to our problem-focused awareness. The practice can begin with the most basic elements of existence. Right now, you can feel grateful for your breath. This invisible gift that arrives without effort, sustaining every moment of your life. You can appreciate your heartbeat, the steady rhythm that has continued faithfully since before you were born. You can acknowledge your senses, the capacity to see color and form, to hear music and voices, to feel texture and temperature, to taste flavor and smell fragrance. These fundamental capacities, which we typically take for granted, become sources of wonder when met with grateful attention. The eye that can distinguish millions of colors. The ear that can detect vibrations in the air and translate them into meaning. The skin that provides constant information about our environment. Each of these is more sophisticated than any technology humans have created, yet they function effortlessly in service of your experience. Gratitude for relationships opens another dimension of appreciation. Every person who has ever shown you kindness, taught you something valuable, or simply shared time with you has contributed to who you've become. The teacher who believed in you when you didn't believe in yourself. the friend who listened without judgment during a difficult time, the stranger who offered help when you needed it most. Even difficult relationships often teach important lessons about boundaries, self-respect, or compassion. The practice extends to appreciating your own qualities and achievements, however modest they might seem. Your capacity for learning and growth, your resilience in facing challenges, your ability to love and care for others, the skills you've developed, the knowledge you've acquired, the ways you've contributed to others' well-being. Acknowledging these gifts isn't boasting or self-aggrandizement. It's honest recognition of the remarkable capacities that consciousness has developed through you. Gratitude for challenges might seem counterintuitive, but it often proves to be the most transformative aspect of the practice. The difficulties you faced have likely taught you things that ease and comfort never could. They've revealed strengths you didn't know you possessed, clarified what truly matters to you, and developed your capacity for empathy and wisdom. This doesn't mean being grateful for harm or trauma, but rather appreciating how you've grown through adversity. The material conditions of your life, however modest, become sources of appreciation when viewed through grateful eyes. The shelter that protects you from weather, the clothing that keeps you warm, the food that nourishes your body, the tools and technologies that make daily life more convenient, the infrastructure, roads, bridges, power grids, communication networks that connects you to others and enables modern life. Most of these gifts were created by people you'll never meet, representing countless hours of human labor and ingenuity offered in service of collective well-being. Gratitude for nature connects us to the larger web of life that sustains all existence. The plants that produce the oxygen you breathe, the water cycle that provides the liquid essential for life, the soil that grows the food you eat, the complex ecosystems that maintain planetary balance, the beauty that surrounds us, sunsets and flowers, birdsong and rustling leaves, stars and clouds. All of these gifts are freely given, requiring only our presence and attention to be received. Cultural and historical gratitude expands appreciation to the human inheritance we've received. The knowledge accumulated over millennia and preserved in books, schools, and institutions. The arts that feed our souls. Music and literature, painting and sculpture, dance and theater. The sciences that help us understand our world. The medical advances that extend and improve life. The social progress that has expanded freedom and opportunity. The wisdom traditions that offer guidance for living well. All of this vast human treasury is available to us, built by countless individuals whose names we'll never know. The practice of gratitude can transform ordinary activities into celebrations. Eating becomes an appreciation for the farmers who grew the food, the workers who transported it, the complex biological processes that convert it into energy and cellular building blocks. Driving becomes gratitude for the engineers who designed the vehicle, the workers who built the roads, the systems that enable safe transportation. Even routine tasks like laundry or cleaning can become opportunities to appreciate having clothes to wear and spaces to inhabit. Gratitude for the present moment, exactly as it is, represents perhaps the deepest form of the practice. This isn't about pretending everything is perfect, but about recognizing that this moment, with all its imperfections, is the only moment in which life actually exists. The past is memory. The future is imagination, but your actual experience is always happening now. When you can feel grateful for the simple fact of being present and aware, regardless of circumstances, you touch something profound about the nature of existence itself. The practice reveals abundance in the midst of apparent scarcity. When you focus on what you have rather than what you lack, the sense of not enough often dissolves, replaced by a feeling of sufficiency or even plenty. This isn't about lowering standards or accepting inadequate conditions, but about recognizing the richness that's already present in your life. From this foundation of appreciation, you can work toward positive change without the desperate energy that comes from feeling constantly deprived. Gratitude naturally generates generosity. When you feel abundant, sharing becomes easier and more joyful. When you appreciate what you've received, you naturally want to give in return. This creates positive cycles. Gratitude leading to generosity, which creates more experiences to be grateful for, which inspires further giving. Communities where gratitude is cultivated tend to be more supportive, cooperative, and resilient. The practice also develops humility, as it reveals how much of what we enjoy came to us through no effort of our own. We didn't choose our genetic endowments, our place in time of birth, our early formative experiences. We didn't create the natural world that sustains us, or the cultural inheritance that enriches us. This recognition doesn't diminish personal responsibility or achievement, but it places them in proper context, fostering humility and reducing the arrogance that can come from believing we are entirely self-made. Gratitude for timing, for things happening when they did rather than when you wanted them to, often emerges with mature practice. The job that didn't come through that led to a better opportunity. The relationship that ended just before the right person appeared. The delay that prevented you from being in the wrong place at the wrong time. While we can't always see the reasons for life's timing, gratitude practice cultivates trust that there's wisdom in the way events unfold, even when that wisdom isn't immediately apparent. The practice includes gratitude for your own consciousness, the awareness that makes all experience possible. Without consciousness, there would be no perception of beauty, no experience of love, no appreciation of meaning. Consciousness is the stage on which the entire drama of existence plays out, yet we rarely pause to marvel at its presence. To be aware that you are aware is perhaps the most fundamental miracle of all. Seasonal gratitude connects us to natural rhythms and cycles. Appreciation for spring's renewal and growth. Gratitude for summer's abundance and warmth. Thankfulness for autumn's harvest and beautiful release. Appreciation for winter's rest and reflection. Each season brings its own gifts, and gratitude helps us receive what each offers rather than always wishing for different weather or time of year. As you rest here in the gathering darkness, perhaps you can feel waves of gratitude washing through your awareness. Gratitude for the day that has passed, with all its challenges and blessings. Appreciation for the body that has carried you through countless experiences. Thankfulness for the relationships that enrich your life. Gratitude for the opportunity to rest, to let go of the day's concerns, to trust in the healing power of sleep. You might feel grateful for your capacity to feel gratitude itself. This remarkable ability to recognize gifts, to appreciate beauty, to acknowledge kindness. This capacity isn't guaranteed. It must be cultivated and maintained through practice. Yet, when activated, it transforms everything, turning ordinary life into an extraordinary experience of receiving countless gifts from the universe itself. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to practice gratitude. The first breath of morning, the taste of your first sip of coffee or tea, the faces of people you encounter, the technologies that make your work possible, the natural world that surrounds you. Each moment will offer gifts, and your gratitude will determine how many of them you actually receive. The power of gratitude lies not in changing your circumstances, but in changing your relationship to your circumstances. It doesn't eliminate problems, but provides the emotional and spiritual resources to meet problems from a place of strength rather than weakness. It doesn't guarantee a life without loss or difficulty, but ensures that even in challenging times, you'll remain connected to the sources of meaning and beauty that make existence worthwhile. Sleep now in gratitude for the gift of consciousness that makes all experience possible, for the love that has sustained you, for the lessons that have shaped you, for the opportunities that await you. Rest in appreciation for the remarkable fact that the universe somehow arranged itself in such a way that gratitude became possible. That matter and energy could organize themselves into forms capable of recognizing and appreciating their own existence. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that you're living in the midst of miracles, that every breath is a gift, every heartbeat a blessing. Every moment of awareness an opportunity to participate in the ongoing creation of meaning and beauty in this vast, mysterious, generous universe that has given you the extraordinary privilege of being alive, awake, and grateful. Self-mastery and emotional control. In the quiet sanctuary of evening, when the day's storms have passed and the mind seeks refuge in reflection, there emerges one of humanity's most profound quests: the journey toward self-mastery. Not the harsh dominion of suppressing our human nature, but the gentle sovereignty that comes from understanding our own inner landscape so completely that we can navigate its. Whether with wisdom, grace, and conscious choice. Self-mastery is perhaps the most misunderstood of all human pursuits. It is not about becoming emotionless, rigid, or perfect. It is not about conquering or eliminating the wild, passionate, unpredictable aspects of human nature. Instead, true self-mastery is like learning to conduct an orchestra. Not by silencing the instruments, but by understanding each one so deeply that you can guide them to create harmony rather than chaos, beauty rather than noise. The ancient Stoics understood this distinction beautifully. They spoke not of eliminating emotions, but of achieving apatheia, a state of inner equilibrium where emotions could arise and pass without overwhelming the soul or dictating behavior. They recognized that emotions are natural, necessary, and often valuable sources of information about our values and circumstances. The goal was not to feel less, but to respond wisely. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who faced the most challenging external circumstances while cultivating remarkable inner peace, wrote in his private journal, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is the essence of self-mastery. Recognizing the difference between what we can and cannot control, and focusing our energy on the realm where we actually have sovereignty. What can we control? Our responses, our interpretations, our choices about how to meet each moment. Our thoughts, though they may arise spontaneously, can be observed, evaluated, and redirected. Our actions, though influenced by circumstances, ultimately flow from our decisions. Our words, our attitudes, our values, our habits. These are the territories over which we can exercise genuine authority. What cannot we control? Almost everything else. Other people's choices, thoughts, and feelings. The past, which has already been written. The future, which remains unformed. Natural disasters, economic changes, illness, aging, death. The fundamental fact that life includes both joy and sorrow, success and failure, connection and loss. Attempting to control these uncontrollable elements leads to frustration, anxiety, and a sense of powerlessness that undermines true mastery. Emotional control, properly understood, is not about suppressing feelings, but about developing what psychologists call emotional regulation. The ability to experience emotions fully while choosing how to express and act on them. This is the difference between being hijacked by anger and feeling anger while choosing a constructive response. The difference between being consumed by fear and acknowledging fear while acting with courage anyway. The first step toward emotional mastery is developing what Buddhist teachers call mindful awareness of your inner experience. This means learning to observe your emotions as they arise, like a scientist studying weather patterns. Rather than immediately identifying with them as fixed truths about reality. When anger arises, instead of thinking I am angry and acting from that identity, you might notice anger is present and create space to choose how to respond. This observational stance reveals that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. They arise, reach a peak, and naturally subside if we don't feed them with resistance or storytelling. Anger typically lasts only about 90 seconds in the body. If we don't fuel it with thoughts about how justified it is or how wrong the other person was. Sadness moves through us like weather if we let it flow rather than trying to dam it up or drown in it. The practice of the sacred pause becomes essential for emotional mastery. When you feel triggered, overwhelmed, or reactive, Instead of immediately responding, you pause. Take a breath. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice what's happening in your body. Ask yourself what response would serve your highest values rather than just discharge your emotional energy. This pause creates the space between stimulus and response where true freedom lives. Physical awareness provides crucial support for emotional regulation. Emotions are not just mental events, but embodied experiences. Anger often manifests as heat in the chest, tension in the jaw, clenched fists. Anxiety might appear as tightness in the throat, rapid heartbeat, shallow breathing. Learning to recognize these physical signatures gives you early warning systems, allowing you to intervene before emotions completely take over. Breathing becomes both anchor and tool in developing self-mastery. When overwhelmed, you can return to the breath as a refuge of calm in the storm of feeling. When you need to reset your nervous system, conscious breathing, perhaps counting to 4 on the inhale, holding for 4, exhaling for 6, can activate the parasympathetic response that naturally calms and centers you. The stories we tell ourselves about our emotions dramatically influence their power over us. The thought, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "this feeling means something terrible about me," intensifies emotional suffering. The story, "I'm bad at handling stress," becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Learning to notice and question these narratives, to recognize them as thoughts rather than truths, is essential for emotional freedom. Reframing becomes a powerful tool for self-mastery. The same situation can be interpreted as catastrophic or as opportunity, as evidence of personal failure or as invitation for growth. The traffic jam that initially triggers frustration can be reframed as unexpected time for reflection or favorite music. The criticism that stings can be viewed as feedback that might contain useful information about how to improve. Self-compassion proves to be one of the most effective strategies for emotional regulation. When you respond to your own mistakes and difficulties with the same kindness you'd offer a good friend, you create internal conditions that support learning and growth rather than shame and defensive reactivity. The inner critic that berates you for feeling anxious or making mistakes actually makes emotional mastery more difficult, not easier. Understanding your emotional patterns becomes crucial for developing mastery. Perhaps you tend to get defensive when feeling criticized. Maybe you withdraw when overwhelmed or become controlling when anxious. These patterns developed for good reasons. They were once survival strategies that served you. But they may no longer be appropriate for your current circumstances. Recognizing these patterns with curiosity rather than judgment is the first step toward choosing new responses. Trigger identification helps you prepare for challenging situations. If you know that certain people, places, or circumstances tend to activate strong emotional reactions, you can enter those situations with greater awareness and intention. You might prepare calming self-talk, plan breaks or exit strategies, or recruit support from friends. This isn't avoidance, but intelligent preparation. The practice of emotional Aikido involves learning to work with the energy of difficult emotions, rather than fighting against them. Like the martial artist who uses an opponent's force against them, you can learn to redirect emotional energy toward constructive purposes. Anger can become fuel for setting healthy boundaries. Sadness can deepen empathy and connection. Fear can sharpen attention and motivate necessary changes. Values clarification provides the compass for emotional mastery. When you're clear about what matters most to you, kindness, integrity, growth, service, love, you can use these values to guide your responses even when emotions are strong. You might feel angry at someone's behavior, but if kindness is a core value, you can express your concerns in ways that honor both your feelings and your principles. The cultivation of patience becomes essential for long-term self-mastery. Real change happens gradually through consistent practice rather than dramatic transformation. There will be setbacks, moments when old patterns reassert themselves, times when emotions overwhelm your best intentions. Self-mastery includes being patient with this natural learning process rather than expecting perfection. Stress inoculation. Gradually exposing yourself to manageable challenges builds emotional resilience over time. Like physical exercise that strengthens muscles. Deliberately practicing staying calm in mildly stressful situations prepares you for bigger challenges. This might mean speaking up in meetings when you'd prefer to stay quiet, or staying present during difficult conversations rather than shutting down. The relationship between self-mastery and service to others reveals an important truth. We develop inner strength, not just for our own benefit, but to be more effective in contributing to others' well-being. When you're not constantly reactive or overwhelmed by your own emotions, you have more capacity to listen deeply, respond thoughtfully, and offer the kind of stable presence that helps others feel safe and supported. Sleep and rest play crucial roles in emotional regulation. When you're well rested, your prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for executive functions like emotional control, operates more effectively. When you're exhausted, you're more likely to be reactive, impulsive, and overwhelmed by feelings. Prioritizing adequate sleep becomes an act of self-mastery itself. Nutrition and exercise also support emotional stability. Regular physical activity helps process stress hormones and releases endorphins that naturally improve mood. Stable blood sugar from balanced eating prevents the emotional volatility that comes from hunger or sugar crashes. These might seem like basic considerations, but they provide the biological foundation on which psychological mastery builds. The practice of forgiveness, both of others and yourself, becomes essential for emotional freedom. Holding on to resentment is like carrying a hot coal, hoping to throw it at someone else but burning yourself in the process. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior or maintaining unhealthy relationships. It means releasing the emotional charge that keeps you tied to past hurts. Developing a growth mindset supports self-mastery by viewing challenges as opportunities rather than threats. When you believe that your capacities can be developed through effort and learning, setbacks become information rather than evidence of fixed limitations. The person who struggles with anxiety can see it as a skill-building opportunity rather than a permanent character flaw. Community and mentorship provide crucial support for the journey of self-mastery. Having wise friends or guides who model emotional regulation, who can offer perspective during difficult times, who celebrate your growth and gently point out blind spots. These relationships accelerate learning and provide encouragement when the path gets challenging. The ultimate goal of self-mastery is not perfection, but presence. The ability to show up fully for your life rather than being constantly hijacked by unconscious reactions. It's about becoming the author of your responses rather than being written by your circumstances. It's about developing the inner stability that allows you to weather life's storms without losing your center. As you rest here in the peaceful evening, perhaps you can feel the possibility of greater self-mastery calling to you. Not as a harsh discipline that demands you become someone different, but as a gentle invitation to become more fully yourself. The self that can feel deeply without being overwhelmed. That can respond wisely, even in challenging moments. That can maintain inner peace regardless of external circumstances. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to practice emotional mastery. The moment when frustration arises and you pause before reacting. The time when anxiety builds and you use breathing to return to center. The instant when old patterns want to reassert themselves and you choose a new response. Each practice session, however small, strengthens your capacity for conscious choice. Remember that self-mastery is not about becoming invulnerable or emotionally distant. It's about developing the strength to feel everything while being overwhelmed by nothing. To respond from wisdom rather than react from wounded places. To remain connected to your heart while engaging your mind. To be both fully human and fully conscious. Sleep now with the trust that each day offers new opportunities to practice the gentle art of self-mastery. Not as self-improvement project, but as a natural expression of the wisdom and compassion that already exist within you. Rest in the knowledge that you have everything you need to develop greater emotional freedom. Consciousness to observe, breath to center, values to guide, and the infinite patience of the universe itself supporting your growth. And when you wake, perhaps you'll remember that true mastery is not about controlling life, but about dancing with it skillfully. Not about eliminating challenges, but about meeting them with grace. Not about becoming perfect, but about becoming more authentically, consciously, lovingly yourself.